Salt and Silence. Beneath the Serpent's Wake. Episode 1. The Gathering Shadows. The small coastal town of Westvale had always been known for its fog. Thick, ocean-laden mists blanketed the sprawling docks and narrow cobblestone streets each morning, so persistent that residents joked the sun considered Westvale unworthy of its warm attention. In that persistent gloom, an outsider's mind naturally conjured images of subterfuge and hidden secrets, things creeping just out of view behind the pale haze. For the people who lived there, though, fog wasn't cause for fear, but routine, as though it were a dull stage curtain that rose each midday to reveal life going on as usual beneath. However, recent events made the fog feel different. Beneath that hush, an uneasy tension brewed. Whispers abounded at the local diner, the Lighthouse Cafe, a beloved place for coffee, conversation, and the best homemade pies for 100 miles. People spoke in low tones about the bizarre thefts, a handful of them, each stranger than the last. First, a single black gull feather pinned to the door of the town library went missing. Then an ancient brass ship's bell from the local museum disappeared, without any visible forced entry. Even the local antiques dealer reported that a very old-looking chest key had inexplicably vanished from inside a locked display. These thefts, random as they seemed, had an aura of deliberate intrigue that didn't sit well with Westvale's ordinary citizens. Into this uneasy hush came two outsiders, each with their own reasons for visiting Westvale. Neither knew the other, nor did they know how deeply they'd become entangled in the town's secrets. But Westvale had a way of pulling the unsuspecting into its mysteries, as though the fog itself wove threads around them. 1. The Detective in the Fog. Detective Rowan Byrne exhaled slowly through pursed lips, gazing out of his rental car at the thick drifts of white that obscured almost everything. Only the hazy shapes of squat buildings emerged from the walls of mist. Byrne, tall, dark-haired, with a wiry build and a practiced steadiness in his grey eyes, had seen stranger places in his 15-year career as a private investigator, but there was something about Westvale, even at first sight, that unsettled him. Perhaps it was the reminiscent hush of the old fishing village where he grew up. Perhaps it was the hush of the ocean, whispering just beyond the quiet streets. He brushed aside the thought. He was here to track down a certain missing antique. His client, a reclusive art collector named Devon Mowbray, had insisted that the stolen piece, an elaborate 18th-century locket, was somewhere in Westvale. Byrne's first step, gather intel on the local scene. According to rumors, petty thefts had been happening around town. Maybe they were connected, maybe not. But Byrne knew that in small towns, random details often knitted themselves together in surprising ways. With the detective's careful deliberation, he stepped out of the car. At once, the cold brine of the sea stung his nostrils. Seagulls drifted in the sky overhead, their keening cries muffled by the mist. He grabbed his duffel, locked the car, and walked toward an old two-story building with a peeling sign that read, "Boarding House, Rooms and Breakfast." The place was recommended by the local real estate agent who had once aided Mowbray in an auction. Byrne felt the wooden steps creak beneath his feet. The next moment, the door opened, as if summoned by his approach. A woman in her late 60s, wearing a warm sweater and a hesitant smile, greeted him. "You must be Rowan Byrne," she said, eyeing him carefully. "Call me Rowan, please," he said with a nod. "You're Mrs. Sweeney?" She nodded. "I got your call. Your room's ready. Come on in." Inside, the boarding house smelled of lemon polish and distant cooking, something hearty, stew-like, that made Byrne's stomach rumble. The sitting room beyond the foyer was furnished with a mismatched array of chairs and crocheted blankets. He suspected that the place was mostly empty, as it was the off-season for tourists. "I'll show you to your room," Mrs. Sweeney said, her tone warm but with a hint of watchfulness. "Not many come this time of year, with the fog and all. Are you on a business trip?" "Something like that," Byrne replied. "Research, mostly." Mrs. Sweeney nodded, but didn't press. She led him upstairs to a cozy corner bedroom with a single bed, an old mahogany dresser, and a wide window that, presumably on a clear day, might look out over the sea. Right now, it showed only a milky blankness. "If you need anything, just ring," the landlady said, motioning to a little brass bell on the dresser. "I live downstairs, front apartment." "Thank you, Mrs. Sweeney." She gave him one more lingering look, as though appraising how long he might stay or whether he'd cause trouble, before shutting the door behind her. Byron set down his duffel and looked around. No phone in the room, no TV. Good. He preferred the quiet. He sat at the edge of the bed and pulled from his pocket the item that had led him all this way, a photograph of a locket. It was oval, intricately filigreed, bearing a single carved letter on the front, C. The letter was stylized like a crest. His client said the locket once belonged to a sea captain's wife, and that local legend placed it here, in Westvale, after the captain's ship sank some 2 centuries ago. The question remained, why would someone steal it now? No matter. Byrne would find out soon enough. For now, he planned to pay a visit to the local antique dealer, the museum, perhaps the library. He'd fish around, see who might be interested in antique maritime trinkets, and by nightfall, he hoped to have a few leads. 2. The Seeker of Legends. While Byron was settling into the boarding house, another figure stood at the end of the dock, gazing out into the endless sea. Cassia Morell was a historian who specialized in maritime folklore with a specific passion for old diaries, missing captain's logs, and legends of cursed artifacts. She'd come to Westvale after receiving a tip from a colleague. Rumor said an extremely rare item, a small weathered chest containing a coded logbook, had passed through the town's old auction house a decade ago. Its location was now unknown, but clues pointed to Westvale. If found, it could illuminate hidden chapters of a lost 18th century expedition. Cassia, petite with hazel eyes and dark curls that tumbled well past her shoulders, shivered in the cold dampness. She pulled her coat tighter and looked down at a piece of paper in her hand, an address for the Westvale Public Library, where she hoped to find local records from that period. This place, with its swirling mists and ghostly silhouettes of ships in the harbour, made her heart pound with excitement. She'd always loved such remote spots, where history felt alive, creeping through the fog. As she left the dock behind, her boots thumped on the wet boards. She made her way to the main street, searching for the library. This early in the day, shop doors were just flipping signs to open. The smell of coffee drifted from the Lighthouse Cafe, and she considered stopping in. But her curiosity propelled her forward until she found a stone building with tall, arched windows. It seemed more like a small chapel than a library. A wooden sign, elegantly lettered, confirmed it was indeed Westvale Public Library. Inside, the scent of old books enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Rows of shelves filled the high-ceilinged space, and a mezzanine level above held further volumes. Beneath the hush of the library, Cassia heard only a faint hum of fluorescent lights. At the front desk, a willowy librarian in glasses, who wore her hair in a neat bun, eyed Cassia with polite curiosity. "Good morning," the librarian said softly. "May I help you find something?" Cassia nodded eagerly. "Yes, actually. I'm looking for local historical records, ship manifests, diaries, anything from the 18th century, possibly related to a Captain James Hawksmoor or his family." A flicker of surprise passed over the librarian's face. "Captain Hawksmoor, you say? That name comes up occasionally among local legends. He was rumored to have hidden something along the coastline or at sea." She paused, glancing around as though to ensure no one overheard. "My name is Eliza Marlowe, by the way. Let me show you where we keep our historical archives." Cassia followed Eliza to a glassed-in room at the far back, where she unlocked a door labelled Archives. Inside were rows of metal filing cabinets, old ledgers, and large bound volumes in neat stacks. The librarian gestured to a corner desk. "You can set up here. If you need anything, please ask. This isn't a busy time for us, so you'll have privacy." "Thank you. I appreciate it," Cassia said, her voice hushed with gratitude. Eliza began pulling out a few ledgers from a shelf. Start with these. They cover the period from 1770 to 1800. If you find references to Hawksmoor, note them carefully. There might also be some references in personal diaries that we have on microfilm, but I'll have to fetch those from the back. Let me know. With that, the librarian slipped out, leaving Cassia alone with the half-forgotten records. She seated herself at the desk, turned on a small reading lamp, and began flipping through the first ledger. The paper was brittle and yellowed, the script an ornate cursive. There were references to merchant ships, fishing vessels, births and deaths at sea. A few pages in, she found a mention of a Hawksmoor. A thrill coursed through her. Maybe she would actually piece together the puzzle of Captain Hawksmoor's final voyage. 3. A chance meeting at the Lighthouse Cafe. Around noon, Detective Byron decided to get something to eat. He'd spent the morning revisiting the museum and gleaning an unhelpful statement from its curator about the missing brass ship's bell. He'd also questioned the antique dealer who had reported the vanished key. Again, no solid leads, only speculation that some new collector in town might be involved. The detective had gleaned that the thefts began about a month ago, each seemingly unconnected. But the local police had found no suspects, no footprints, and no sign of forced entry. The press, such as it was, wrote it off as random vandalism. Hearing that the Lighthouse Cafe was the spot for coffee and local gossip, he went there, stepping in from the grey gloom outside into a warm, inviting environment. The place smelled of hot soup and fresh bread. Minimal chatter came from the scattered customers, and a chalkboard by the counter listed the day's specials. He spotted a single open stool at the far end of the counter and took it, removing his coat and gloves. A waitress with curly black hair came over, smile friendly. "What can I get you?" "Coffee," he said. "And the clam chowder special, please." "You got it." She turned to convey the order. Byron surveyed the cafe. A few booths were occupied by locals who were either reading newspapers or chatting in hushed tones. He saw a pair of fishermen, their boots still flecked with scales, huddled over cups of coffee. An older couple shared a slice of pie, whispering while glancing occasionally at the detective. Small towns, he thought. Word would spread quickly that a stranger was here, asking questions. A moment later, the waitress returned with his coffee. "Anything else?" "Actually," he said, "maybe you can help me. I'm new here. I heard the town's had some trouble lately. Theft, break-ins, that sort of thing." She tensed a little. "Oh, you're that P.I. Mrs. Sweeney's renting a room to, aren't you?" He gave a small nod, not surprised the rumor had already made the rounds. "What have you heard?" She shrugged, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping too conspicuously. "That weird stuff has been disappearing. Old relics, mostly. They're worthless to everyday folk, but may be valuable to collectors. Then there's the weird notes left at the scenes. The police are hush-hush about it, but I've heard from folks who've seen them. Little scraps of parchment that look ages old, with strange symbols. No one knows what they mean." Byron paused, absorbing this new detail. Notes with symbols? Not a modern language? The waitress shook her head. "I'll see if I can find someone who can describe them. That's all I know." He thanked her quietly. The arrival of his chowder ended the conversation, but his mind was already reeling. The locket he was after, could it also have had some scrap of parchment or coded symbol attached? Some bigger game might be in play here. He sipped his coffee, deciding he'd keep an eye out for anyone researching Westvale's old lore or maritime legends. When he glanced around for potential conversation targets, he noticed a young woman with dark curly hair and an academic air about her, seated alone at a table in the corner. She was hunched over a library ledger or some historical text, taking notes. For an instant, the detective considered approaching her. She certainly didn't look like a local, but he decided to wait. Forcing contact might spook her. Little did he know that their paths would cross soon enough. 4th, a library discovery. Cassia arrived at the cafe around the same time, but she chose a corner booth to keep reading the ledger she'd borrowed from the library with special permission. The mention of Captain Hawksmoor's name had intrigued her deeply. According to the old town ledger, he was known for transporting delicate goods from an unspecified location in the East Indies. Rumors of cursed cargo circulated among the superstitious. Yet the ledger didn't specify more. She'd read about a ship's bell, presumably from Hawksmoor's vessel, which might have ended up in a local museum. Then she discovered a scribbled footnote about a missing chest key. Her heart jumped. A key could lead to a chest. When the waitress took her order, just a hot chocolate, as she was too distracted to eat, Cassia noticed a tall man at the counter. He looked like a traveler, or maybe a private detective from an old film. She wondered if he was a tourist. Perhaps he was just here for fishing. She shrugged and turned back to her reading. Her eyes latched onto the next text, a short passage referencing a small cryptic note found in the pocket of the drowned captain. The ledger said the note was rumored to contain directions or an encoded location. Cassia felt a surge of excitement. If such a note existed, it could be key to her search. The legend of Captain Hawksmoor claimed his final cargo was never recovered. Some believed it was hidden along the coastline. Over the centuries, numerous treasure hunters had come through Westvale with no luck. Could this recent spate of thefts be connected to that centuries-old mystery? She made a quick note in her notepad. Check local newspaper archives, past decades, for references to Hawksmoor's chest. Possibly also recent, strange thefts? Finishing her hot chocolate, she gathered her things. A thought struck her. Maybe the local antique dealer or the museum curator would know about any items connected to Hawksmoor's legend. She tossed some coins on the table and walked toward the door. On her way out, she bumped into a broad-shouldered figure stepping away from the counter. "Excuse me," she mumbled, flustered. He glanced down, gave a half-smile. "No problem. You all right?" "Yes, yes," Cassia stammered, hugging her books to her chest. "I wasn't watching where I was going." "Me neither. Have a good day," the man said, stepping aside. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, as though something important might be shared if only they paused longer, but both hurried on their separate ways, each unaware of how soon fate would draw them into the same orbit. 5. Secrets in the Museum. Later that day, Cassia ventured to the Westvale Maritime Museum, located near the docks. The two-story building, made of stone and wood, housed a modest but well-curated collection of maritime artifacts. Old sextants, worn figureheads from sunken ships, and the famed Westvale brass diving helmet that had once graced the cover of a regional travel magazine. It wasn't large, but it was carefully arranged. A quiet hush, broken only by the squeak of floorboards underfoot, accompanied Cassia as she wandered through, searching for references to Captain Hawksmoor. An older gentleman, presumably the curator, approached. He wore a name tag, Graham Ellison. "Good afternoon, miss. Can I help you find something?" "Yes," she replied, stepping toward a glass display with an intricately carved wooden box on a pedestal. "I'm a historian researching Captain James Hawksmoor, an 18th century figure connected to these waters. I read that you once displayed a ship's bell believed to be from his vessel." Ellison's face darkened slightly. "Ah, yes. We did have such a bell. It's gone missing." "Missing?" she said, startled. "I heard about thefts around town. That bell was stolen." "Indeed," he sighed. "About a month ago. No sign of forced entry. Just gone in the morning. The police suspect someone who knows maritime antiques well, but they've found no leads." Cassia felt her pulse quicken. "May I see where it was displayed?"
The curator hesitated, then nodded and led her to a vacant display stand near the far wall. A simple brass placard read, "Ship's Bell, C. 1765, origin unknown." If it truly was from the lost Hawksmoor vessel, that was a major clue.
"Did you ever notice any inscriptions on it?" Cassia asked quietly, kneeling to examine the empty stand. There were faint etchings, but nothing conclusive. I recall a stylized letter C, very similar to a crest, or maybe an old shipping company mark. I'd always wondered if it had come from the HMS Crestfullen, but that ship was rumoured lost near the Cape. Then again, there are so many legends swirling around these waters. Cassia's mind spun. She recalled from the library ledger that Captain Hawksmoor's wife's name was Cora. Could that stylized C have been for Cora? Was the bell not from a different ship, but from Hawksmoor's? Another puzzle piece. She thanked Ellison and politely inquired if there were any other Hawksmoor-related artifacts. He shrugged. The museum had an old portrait said to show Hawksmoor's wife, but it was never proven. We sold it years ago at an auction to raise funds. Shame, but we had to keep our doors open. He rubbed his temple, looking tired. I wish we could do more to protect our collection from theft. Cassia left the museum with a sense that Hawksmoor's legend had a more tangible presence here than mere rumour. If someone was targeting maritime artifacts with that sea crest, maybe they sought to piece together the final resting place of Hawksmoor's cargo. And if so, why? 6. Nighttime Whispers. Dusk settled over Westvale, the fog returning with renewed density, swirling through the streets like living tendrils. Lamps glowed dimly, more like blurred orbs than crisp lights. Detective Byrne stood outside the antiques shop just off Main Street, waiting for the proprietor, Mr. Finch, to close up. He'd spent the afternoon double-checking Finch's story about the missing chest key. Finch insisted the key belonged to an 1800s lockbox, provenance unknown. Yet the shop's locks weren't tampered with. The key simply vanished from inside a glass case. Odd. A chill wind off the ocean made Byrne pull his coat tighter. He lit a cigarette, an old habit from the days he worked homicide in a big city. Smoke curled in the damp air. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure slinking through the swirling fog, heading toward the alley behind the shop. The figure wore a dark coat, hood pulled up. Instinctively, Byrne turned off his phone's flashlight and stepped back into the deeper shadows, watching. The unknown figure paused at the side door to the antiques shop, crouched down as if examining the door. After a moment, they took out a thin tool. Something metallic glinted in the pale lamplight. Byrne's heart quickened. Was this a break-in attempt? He approached quietly, stepping heel to toe on the damp ground to minimize sound. As he neared, he accidentally kicked a loose pebble. The figure froze, turned in alarm. Byrne lunged, grabbing the intruder's shoulder. "Who are you?" he demanded in a low, urgent voice. A brief struggle ensued, enough for Byrne to realize the intruder was slight of build and surprisingly quick. The figure wrenched free, stumbling back. Byrne reached to grab them again, but they slipped from his grasp and darted deeper into the alley. He gave chase, but the figure seemed to know the labyrinth of narrow passages better than he did. The swirling fog gave them cover, and they vanished into the night. Panting, Byrne cursed under his breath, stepping into a circle of dim lamplight. He didn't get a good look at them. No face, no distinguishing features. All he had was an impression. They were desperate, searching for something. Perhaps the same something he was after. Returning to the antiques shop side door, he found faint scratch marks near the lock. No question about it. Someone had tried to break in. The detective lingered a moment, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Nothing. But the night felt thick with tension, as if multiple watchers hid within the swirling fog. Finally, he exhaled and headed to the local police station to file a report, even though he wasn't officially working with the authorities. Something bigger than petty theft was unfolding here, and he needed all available resources. 7. Convergence of clues. The following day dawned just as grey and damp. Word travelled fast that a break-in at the antiques shop had been thwarted. Locals muttered about it at the post office, the diner, even outside the tiny police station. One rumour suggested the intruder might be from a secret society that had existed in Westvale for centuries, seeking to reclaim sacred objects. Another rumour said it was just a vagrant. In a town like Westvale, speculation ran rampant. That morning, Cassia decided to visit the local archives, hoping to find any mention of coded messages associated with Captain Hawksmoor's lost cargo. She was permitted a short session with the microfilm. With the old machine whirring under dim library lighting, she scrolled through newspaper columns from decades ago. Her eyes skimmed quickly. Fishing competition winners, obituaries, even old maritime tragedies. Then she caught a snippet. 1892, August 4th. Local fisherman claims discovery of ancient map in seaside cave. A few lines below, there was mention of a partial code said to be in strange runic symbols. The fisherman's name was Barnabas Fitch. He claimed the map pointed to a chest or casket that once belonged to a notorious captain. The story ended with Fitch vanishing at sea, map presumably lost. Cassia printed the article. Then she noticed a small footnote appended to it. Map rumored to be locked away in the Fitch family's old chest, requiring a small brass key to open. She felt a jolt of recognition. Finch? Fitch? Possibly the same family name, spelled differently over time. Could the antiques dealer, Mr. Finch, be a descendant of Barnabas Fitch? Could the stolen key have been the very item needed to open that chest containing the coded map? Meanwhile, across town, Detective Byrne was piecing together a similar puzzle. After a short chat with the local officer, he learned the break-in suspect might have left behind a dropped item in the alley, a small bit of old parchment with faint scribbles. The officer wrote it off as trash, but Byrne asked to see it. The scribbles were partially illegible, but he recognized some archaic symbols reminiscent of old Nordic runes or maritime code ciphers he'd once encountered. The detective felt certain these thefts, the coded symbols, and the missing locket were all connected to a bigger story. With permission, he took the parchment. Holding it up to the light, he could see stylized letters. One symbol looked suspiciously like that same letter C from the photograph of the stolen locket. 8. Paths intertwine. As noon approached, Cassia decided she needed to talk to Mr. Finch about Barnabas Fitch. She walked through the fog-draped streets until she reached the antiques shop, only to find the door locked and the store closed. A wooden sign read, "Closed for inventory." Frustrated, she peered through the window. She saw movement inside, someone rummaging in the back room. She knocked lightly. A startled face emerged, a man with thinning hair and a worried frown. He opened the door a crack. "Yes?" "Mr. Finch?" she asked politely. "I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Cassia Morell. I'm a historian, and I'd like to speak with you about a missing chest key. I believe it may be connected to an old family chest from the late 1800s, possibly your ancestors." Finch's eyes widened with alarm, and he quickly ushered her inside, locking the door behind them. What do you know about that key?" Cassia explained what she'd found in the archives about Barnabas Fitch, the rumored coded map, and how the key might connect to a chest that the Finch family once possessed. Finch wrung his hands. "It's true. My grandfather changed the family name's spelling after some unpleasant associations. Long story. That key's been in our family for generations, said to open a small chest rumored to contain, well, an old map or some instructions regarding Hawksmoor's lost cargo. But that's just a legend. We never had the chest itself, so I never knew if it was real. Yet about a month ago, the key vanished from my locked display. And then someone tried to break in here again last night. It's madness." Cassia leaned forward, heart racing. "Mr. Finch, I think someone's collecting items connected to Captain Hawksmoor, a bell, a portrait, maybe that key. If the rumor is true, and that chest or map leads to his lost cargo, they might be looking for the final piece. Do you know who might want it?" Finch shook his head miserably. "I have no idea. Our family never truly believed the treasure stories. We just held on to that key as a curiosity." Suddenly, a soft rap came at the locked front door. Both Cassia and Finch tensed. Through the glass, Detective Byrne's face appeared, wearing the same curious half-smile Cassia remembered from the cafe. Finch scurried to open the door, letting the detective in. Byron nodded at Cassia, recognizing her from that quick bump at the cafe. He turned to Finch, his tone measured. I hear you had an attempted break-in last night. I'd like to ask you some questions. His gaze flicked to Cassia. And you are? She introduced herself, explaining her historical research. Byron reciprocated with a succinct introduction. Rowan Byron, private investigator. He looked at Finch. Mind if I join this conversation? Finch hesitated, but Cassia spoke quickly. It's all related. We might be chasing the same leads. So Finch, Cassia, and Byron gathered in the cluttered antiques shop, their voices hushed amid shelves brimming with old clocks, tarnished silver, and dusty books. Finch recounted the key's provenance and the rumoured chest that might contain a coded map. Cassia shared her archival discoveries. Byron added the detail about the archaic symbols found on the dropped parchment. They concluded that these thefts were no random spree. Someone was systematically gathering every link to Captain Hawksmoor's legacy, possibly to locate the so-called lost cargo. Cassia revealed her suspicion that Hawksmoor's cargo might be more than just gold or jewels. Old diaries hinted it contained something unholy or even cursed. Byrne, more pragmatic, said it could be historically significant contraband or valuables. Either way, someone was working in the shadows to piece it all together. In that cramped shop, it became clear that they too needed to piece together the puzzle. Fast. Cassia volunteered her research skills. Byrne would handle investigative angles. Finch, though nervous, offered any artifacts or documents that might help. They agreed to pool resources. For all they knew, the next theft or break-in would occur that very night. Outside, the fog pressed against the antique shop's windows like a curious eavesdropper. Inside, three unlikely allies stood at the threshold of a mystery, each drawn by different motivations: a detective's sense of duty, a historian's passion for the truth, and an antique shop owner's ancestral burden. None of them yet knew the lengths to which the hidden adversary would go, but a sense of urgency pulsed in the stale air. 9. The first hints of a larger conspiracy. Before leaving, Byron asked Finch one final question. Is there anything else in your shop that might be tied to Hawksmoor's legend? Even something you've dismissed as junk? Finch paled slightly, then rummaged behind the counter, producing a tattered old pamphlet or journal. I've had this for years, but it's incomplete. Pages missing. It might be from that era. It references a Cora Hawksmoor, but I never confirmed it. He handed it to Byron. Cassia, curiosity piqued, leaned over. The cover was partly torn off, but the inside pages showed a neat, feminine hand scrawling something about my beloved James's final journey. Could this be the journal of Captain Hawksmoor's wife? The pages referencing the final journey are missing, Finch lamented. If it's authentic, it may be valuable, but without the missing section, it's incomplete. Byron carefully placed the journal in his satchel. We'll get it examined. He thanked Finch for his cooperation, exchanged phone numbers, and left with Cassia trailing behind. Once on the street, Cassia turned to Byron, breath visible in the cold air. Thank you for letting me be part of this. I know this might be a police matter. Byron gave a small smile. This town has secrets, and it seems we both want to uncover them. Working together might be our best bet. Cassia's eyes shone. Agreed. If you don't mind, I'll go see if the librarian, Eliza Marlowe, can help us decipher some of these archaic symbols. She's been very helpful so far. Byron nodded. I'll swing by the police station, see if they have any leads on last night's intruder. They parted ways, drifting in opposite directions down the fog-shrouded street, their breath merging with the damp air. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes watched from across the street, masked by the swirling gloom. Once they disappeared, the observer melted back into the mist, silent as a phantom. 10th dawn of the deeper mystery. That evening, thick clouds gathered, promising a storm. Rain began to patter against rooftops, a muted hiss in the darkness. Cassia sat in her small motel room near the edge of town, reading through the partial journal in hopes of gleaning anything new. Byrne, back at Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house, cross-referenced the locket's photograph, the partial journal, and the archaic symbols on the scrap of parchment. His phone buzzed occasionally with calls from old colleagues who might help identify the script, but no definitive answers emerged. Despite the tension, an undercurrent of excitement ran through both Cassia and Byrne. They were on the cusp of unraveling a riddle that had spanned centuries, one that merged local legend and possibly something bigger, something that might have global significance if the cargo was truly cursed or carried some unique historical value. Unseen by them, the rest of Westvale lay quiet and watchful. Thunder rolled in the distance, and the tide crashed fiercely against the docks. The next phase of the mystery was about to unfold, and the stakes would rise. Perhaps the ghostly presence of Captain Hawksmoor lingered in these waters, weaving illusions in the fog, guiding those who sought his final secret. Or perhaps it was something far more tangible and ruthless, a modern conspirator who'd stop at nothing to claim what was lost. However it played out, the detective, the historian, and the reluctant antiques dealer were now firmly entangled in the puzzle. They had set foot on a path leading into Westvale's dark heart, bound by curiosity, a sense of duty, and a desperate determination to unmask the truth. In the episodes to come, each clue would illuminate the next step, each betrayal would deepen the shadows, and the final revelation would, if they survived to see it, shake the foundations of everything they thought they knew. Episode 2. Tides of Intrigue. 1. Echoes beneath the waves. A low rumble of thunder announced a new day in Westvale. The storm that had gathered the previous night lingered offshore, sending rolling clouds and sporadic bursts of rain over the town. In the early dawn, the ocean looked like chipped slate under a bruised sky, swells heaving against the breakwater. It was a mood that suited the deepening sense of unease among certain residents, especially those caught up in the recent thefts and rumors of hidden treasure. Detective Rowan Byrne rose early from the narrow bed in Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house. The night before, he'd wrestled with half-formed theories and swirling questions, but sleep finally overcame him. Now he dressed quickly, pocketing the battered partial journal that Mr. Finch had entrusted to him. He paused at the window, gazing at the milky haze drifting across the street. The wind rattled the panes as if urging him to hurry. Something told him the answers were close, but if he and Cassia didn't move quickly, whoever was behind the thefts would seize every last clue. Downstairs, he found Mrs. Sweeney already in the kitchen, stirring oatmeal on the stove. She served him a steaming bowl without a word, though her eyes glimmered with curiosity. The news of last night's break-in attempt at Finch's shop had spread like wildfire, and no doubt the landlady wanted details. But Byrne, who valued discretion, simply thanked her for the meal and ate quietly. Midway through breakfast, Mrs. Sweeney finally spoke. "Folk in town say you frightened off a burglar last night," she ventured, ladling herself some tea. "Is it true?" Byrne met her gaze. "I was in the area and saw someone snooping around Mr. Finch's shop. They got away." She pursed her lips, nodding thoughtfully. "This place has always had its oddities, but I can't recall a spree of thefts like we've had these past weeks. It's enough to put everyone on edge." Her voice lowered. Some say it's a curse, some old ghost stirring up trouble. Byrne recognized the superstitious flavor of small-town lore, but remained non-committal, offering only a wry smile. I'll keep my eyes open. He finished his meal, thanked her, and grabbed his coat. Outside, fat droplets spattered the street, the fog swirling in damp currents. He pulled the collar up around his neck, wondering if Cassia Morel had made progress deciphering the archaic runes. If luck was on their side, maybe they'd get a lead, something to connect the puzzle pieces of Hawksmoor's legend. 2. A scholar in the library. Cassia Morel had spent the better part of the night hunched over her motel room desk, turning page after page of archaic references she'd painstakingly copied from the library's archives. She'd barely slept. Now, at first light, she found herself once again at the Westvale Public Library. The building's austere stone facade greeted her like an old friend, and she darted inside to escape the rain. Eliza Marlowe, the willowy librarian, was already at her post, cataloguing a stack of new arrivals. She looked up with mild surprise as Cassia approached. "My goodness," she said with a smile. "You're as early a bird as I am." Cassia set her bundle of notes on the desk. "Eliza, I'm sorry to barge in right away, but I desperately need your help analyzing something." She withdrew the partial journal of Cora Hawksmoor, or so they believed, and the scrap of parchment that Detective Byrne had shown her the previous night. "We think these documents contain references to Captain Hawksmoor's final voyage, but the text is partly in some strange script, could be runes or an archaic cipher." Eliza's keen eyes shone with curiosity. "Let's have a look in the archives room." They stepped into the secured space at the rear of the library, the same glass-walled area Cassia had used before. Eliza gently spread the parchment scrap and the journal pages out under a reading lamp. Rain spattered against the high windows overhead, punctuating the hush with occasional drips. Eliza produced a magnifying glass, leaning close. "The letters are partially Latin, but some appear to be runic. It's not purely Old Norse, though. See here, this character looks more like an alchemical symbol. And this one, it could be from a medieval cipher system." Cassia's pulse quickened. "So it's a blend of systems? That suggests someone deliberately obscured the message?" Eliza nodded. "I studied cryptography a bit during my graduate work, only the basics, mind you. But I can try matching these with known alphabets or ciphers." She moved to a file cabinet in the corner and pulled out a thick reference manual. "Let's see if we can at least identify which runic family these symbols come from." While Eliza flipped pages, Cassia paced. She couldn't shake the sense that time was running short. Some unknown adversary was systematically collecting relics. They already had the brass ship's bell, Mr. Finch's key, and who knew what else. If those objects pointed the way to Hawksmoor's lost cargo, the real treasure or secret might be snatched before Cassia and Byrne could learn the truth. Moments later, Eliza let out a small, triumphant gasp. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a chart. "This symbol here," she tapped the parchment, "is a modified version of the letter F from the Elder Futhark runes, but inverted, combined with this alchemical sign that typically denotes mercury or quicksilver. And if you overlay them, you might get a coded letter that means key or entry. It's guesswork, but it's a start." Cassia leaned in. "What about the stylized C? We keep seeing it. The same crest on the stolen bell, maybe the same letter on the stolen locket." Eliza's brow furrowed. "It could stand for Cora Hawksmoor, as you theorized, or it might be part of an older coat of arms. I'll keep digging. Let me try comparing these shapes more systematically." Cassia exhaled. "Thank you. I'll leave these references in your capable hands. In the meantime, I need to speak to Detective Byrne. See if he's learned anything new." Eliza smiled warmly. "I'll call you the minute I find something meaningful. Good luck." Clutching her coat, Cassia returned to the main lobby. She had a strange feeling she was being watched, though the library was otherwise empty at this early hour. She glanced over her shoulder, nothing but rows of shelves and the faint flicker of overhead lights. With a small shiver, she stepped outside to brave the drizzle, determined to find Rowan Byrne and share Eliza's early cipher revelations. 3. Whispers on the police scanner. Meanwhile, Byrne stood in the Westvale Police Department's cramped front office, waiting for a word with Officer Hannah Gonzalez, the lead on the recent theft cases. The station was small, a single hallway with 3 offices and a holding cell. A flickering fluorescent bulb illuminated the stark walls. Officer Gonzalez, a sharp-eyed woman in her late 30s, emerged from an office. "Morning, Detective," she greeted with forced cheer. "Your messages said you wanted to discuss last night's attempted break-in again?" Byrne nodded. "Yes. Any luck on identifying the intruder? Any prints or witnesses?" She crossed her arms, her expression resigned. "No usable prints, no workable CCTV footage. We did get a description from a neighbor, though it's vague. Short figure, hooded jacket. Could be male or female. They disappeared into the fog behind Finch's shop." Byrne sighed. That matched his own recollection. The intruder had been agile and quick, but he couldn't rule out a short adult or even a teenager. What about the items stolen around town? Any new pattern emerging? Gonzalez pursed her lips. "I've started a timeline of each theft. The earliest was the black gull feather from the library door, which makes no sense. Then that brass ship's bell from the museum. Then a cameo brooch rumored to be from the 18th century, stolen from an estate sale. Then the antique key from Finch's shop, and so on." "Random on the surface," Byrne mused, "but all seemingly connected to Westvale's maritime past." "Exactly," Gonzalez agreed. "We found faint traces at a couple of scenes, small scraps of that old parchment with weird symbols. It's definitely the same person or group." The phone on Gonzalez's desk buzzed. She stepped over to pick it up, nodded, then motioned for Byrne to follow. "A fisherman just radioed in something unusual off the coast. Let's see if it's relevant." They moved to a side room where a police scanner crackled. On the line, a local fisherman named Grayling was calling in about wreckage or debris that had washed ashore on the rocky southern beach. He claimed it looked old, like something from a sunken ship. Byrne's attention spiked. He exchanged a look with Gonzalez, who was already grabbing her jacket. "Mind if I tag along?" he asked. She shrugged. "Sure, why not? Let's go see if this is another piece of the puzzle." 4. The rocks at Storm's Edge. Cassia emerged from the library just in time to see Detective Byrne and Officer Gonzalez climbing into a police SUV in a hurry. She waved, managing to catch Byrne's eye. He rolled down the window. "Cassia," he called. "We're headed to the southern beach. A fisherman found something unusual. Want to come?" She didn't hesitate. "Yes, absolutely." She hurried over, sliding into the back seat of the SUV. Officer Gonzalez offered a quick greeting, then sped off through town. Rain still drifted in fits and starts, and the sky wore a grim complexion. The drive took them beyond Westvale's main harbour to a lesser-known stretch of coastline where ragged basalt rocks jutted from churning waves. Few people ventured here due to the treacherous surf and slippery footing. They arrived to find a grizzled fisherman standing by his pickup truck near the cliff's edge. The man, presumably Grayling, wore slick yellow overalls and held a coil of rope slung over one shoulder. He beckoned them forward without speaking. "Mr. Grayling," Gonzalez said, "you reported finding some wreckage." He nodded, jaw set. "Aye. I come here to gather driftwood after storms, but I found something that looks older than any boat I've seen. Timber planks, half-rotted, pinned under rocks, lots of seaweed, and something metal." His eyes held a gleam of wary excitement. "Could be from that old legend folks talk about." Cassia and Byrne exchanged a meaningful look. "Captain Hawksmoor's ship," she murmured, heart thudding. Without further ado, they followed Grayling down a narrow, slippery path that switched back along the cliff face. Waves crashed below, spraying them with cold brine. After several careful steps, they reached a rocky shelf just above the waterline. Indeed, lodged amid seaweed and barnacles were sodden fragments of dark wood. Twisted metal braces protruded from the wood, centuries-old hardware, perhaps. Tangles of seaweed draped across them like decaying ribbons. Byron approached cautiously, crouching low. That definitely looks old. 18th century, maybe, but I'm no expert. Cassia, though lacking formal archaeology tools, gently inspected one plank. The wood almost disintegrated at her touch. "This is definitely historical," she whispered. "Look at those iron nails. Hand-forged, not machine-made. Could be from around the 1700s or 1800s. Officer Gonzalez radioed for backup and an archaeological consultant from the county seat, but that might take hours. Meanwhile, the tide was starting to roll in. Grayling used his rope to secure some of the larger pieces to the rocks so they wouldn't wash back out to sea. As Cassia and Byron inspected the debris, they spotted something wedged between two planks, a battered chunk of metal, heavily corroded. Carefully, Byrne pried it loose. It looked like part of a battered nameplate or plaque, almost impossible to read. But through the rust and sea growth, Cassia made out a few letters. CRESTF. She caught her breath. Crestfallen, Byrne speculated, referencing the rumoured name of Hawksmoor's vessel. Or perhaps Crestford, or something else. This could be the biggest clue yet. Officer Gonzalez, scanning the horizon warily, added, "This area is known for strong currents. Debris can drift from miles away. But if it's truly from a colonial-era ship, we'll have to bring in marine archaeologists." Cassia looked toward the pounding waves. If more wreckage surfaces, it might contain artifacts or cargo. Whoever's behind these recent thefts, they might be waiting for something to wash ashore, or they might try to salvage the deeper wreck themselves. They spent another hour searching the shore. The tide soon swallowed the lower rocks, forcing them to retreat. Grayling muttered that the sea always held secrets, but it seldom gave them up willingly. The find certainly hinted that a piece of Hawksmoor's ship had broken loose from the ocean floor. If so, the old legend was more tangible than ever. Could the rest of that cargo be out there, waiting to be found? 5. The return to town. By late morning, the rain had subsided to a drizzle, but thick clouds kept the coast in gloom. Officer Gonzalez stayed behind to coordinate with county specialists, while Byron and Cassia drove back to Westvale in the police SUV they'd borrowed. The detective's mind churned with questions. If the ship's name was truly Crestfallen, that might confirm the rumor that Hawksmoor captained her. Why was the letter C on certain stolen items? Was it referencing the ship's name rather than Cora? Or both? Cassia, meanwhile, shared the partial breakthroughs from Eliza's cryptographic analysis. She found references to runic symbols that might indicate key or entry. It feels like a puzzle. Hawksmoor's cargo might require multiple keys or pieces to unlock. Byrne nodded grimly. And someone's collecting all those pieces. The question is, do they want it for historical curiosity or something more sinister? They passed the Lighthouse Cafe, where a couple of fishermen congregated outside smoking, presumably done with their morning catches. Byrne circled around and parked in front of Finch's antiques shop, hoping Mr. Finch might have more revelations. Cassia followed him out onto the wet sidewalk, stepping around puddles. Inside, they found Finch restocking shelves. The shop was open, but quiet. When he saw them, he managed a thin smile. "Any news about the break-in suspect, Detective?" "No positive ID yet," Byrne said, "but we uncovered possible debris from Hawksmoor's ship on the southern coast. If it's authentic, it's major." Finch's eyes widened. "You don't say." He began wiping his brow, anxiety clear. "Look, if there really is a lost cargo or treasure, I want no part in it. My family's been haunted by that key and the old legends for long enough." Cassia leaned in sympathetically. "You said the chest that key belonged to was never in your possession, just the key passed down. But if the chest reappears now, or if someone already has it— Finch's hands trembled, and he set aside the porcelain figurine he'd been holding. I do recall something. My grandmother used to say the key was one of two. She claimed only two keys could open the old chest. I never found that second key, though. I assumed it was lost to time, or that it was nonsense. Byrne exchanged a look with Cassia. Two keys. That might mean another stolen item was the matching key. If so, the intruder at Finch's shop now possessed half the puzzle, unless they already had the other key too. Then Finch pulled out a small wooden crate from behind the counter. Speaking of keys, I found something else in our storeroom this morning, while reorganizing. It's not a key, exactly, but it's an odd metal box with similar markings to that partial journal you took. My grandfather labeled it Hawksmoor's tokens, but I never paid it much mind. He opened the crate, revealing a tarnished iron casket about the size of a thick book. Its surface bore a faint stylized C, half obscured by rust. Finch hadn't tried opening it, presumably because it had a sturdy lock. Cassia's heart fluttered. Was this lock related to the stolen key? "May I?" Byrne asked, running a hand over the box. The metal felt cold, the surface etched with swirling designs reminiscent of older maritime motifs. Ropes, anchors, waves. The lock was small but solid. Without the proper key, it would require a skilled locksmith to force open. Cassia couldn't tear her eyes away. "This might be important, Mr. Finch." Finch nodded reluctantly. "You can take it if you think it'll help. Just please be careful. I don't want more trouble." Byrne gently placed the casket in his satchel. "We'll safeguard it and see if we can open it. Thank you." 6. A shrouded figure. After departing Finch's shop, Cassia and Byrne walked toward the Lighthouse Cafe, both eager for a quick lunch and a place to talk privately. Cassia cradled the metal casket in her arms, mind racing with possibilities. The wind had picked up, stirring the fog in restless eddies across the street. As they neared the cafe, Byrne caught sight of a hooded figure ducking into an alley. Something about the furtive movement made him pause. "Hold on," he whispered to Cassia, nodding in that direction. They stepped quietly down the alley, which was littered with damp cardboard boxes and trash cans. The figure stood partway along the brick wall, partially hidden behind stacked crates. At first glance, Byrne saw the shape of a slender person, their face shadowed. They seemed to be reading a slip of parchment by the alley's dim daylight. Suddenly, the figure looked up, noticing them. With a startled gasp, they fled deeper into the alley. Byrne took off in pursuit, and Cassia followed, adrenaline surging. Water splashed underfoot as they dodged trash cans. The figure vaulted over a low fence with impressive agility. Byrne scrambled up the fence, quickly scanning the next stretch of alley. The figure was already near the far end, turning a corner. Cassia, panting, tried to keep up, but by the time they reached the corner, the figure had vanished into the swirling mist. All that remained was a small scrap of parchment lying in a puddle. Cassia carefully retrieved it, hoping to salvage whatever was written there. She lifted it gingerly. The ink, partially smeared by water, showed more of those cryptic runes. Byrne cursed under his breath. Twice he'd nearly caught this hooded individual, and twice they slipped away. Breathing heavily, Cassia tucked the parchment into a plastic bag she found in her coat pocket. "At least we have another piece of the puzzle." Byrne nodded, scanning the alley one last time. No footprints or distinct clues. "Let's get inside and see if we can decipher anything before it's completely illegible." They emerged back onto the main street and entered the Lighthouse Cafe. The warmth of the interior enveloped them, along with the smell of frying fish and fresh bread. A couple of regulars glanced up, curious about their hurried entrance. 7. Clues at the cafe. They settled into a quiet corner booth. A friendly waitress, Helen, her name tag read, brought them menus. Byrne ordered a coffee and a fish sandwich, while Cassia, her appetite dulled by excitement, only asked for tea. Bayern laid the damp parchment on a few paper napkins. Not sure how much we can salvage. Cassia gently dabbed the corners, heart thumping. She could make out a partial symbol reminiscent of the letter C, combined with a shape that might be an anchor or a cross. Another pair of runic characters lurked at the edge of the page, half lost to the water. Eliza might be able to glean something from this, she said quietly. We'll pay her a visit after lunch, Barn agreed, eyes flicking around the cafe to see if anyone was watching them. The small group of diners seemed occupied with their meals, but that prickling sense of being observed lingered. He couldn't shake it. Cassia took the metal casket from her satchel, examining it more closely. If the stolen key from Finch's shop opens this, we're out of luck for now, but maybe there's a second key, or perhaps a locksmith can crack it without damaging what's inside. Byrne frowned thoughtfully. Before we do that, I want to see if we can decode more about its history. If it's truly a piece of the Hawksmoor puzzle, forced entry might destroy fragile contents. Their food arrived. Cassia absent-mindedly stirred sugar into her tea, while Byrne took a few quick bites of his sandwich. Each was lost in thought, considering the dangerous road ahead. If the hooded figure had recognized them, it meant the adversary was actively trailing their movements. Danger was mounting, and they didn't even know who to trust in this town beyond one another, and perhaps Finch, though he seemed more frightened than duplicitous. After finishing, they paid the bill and rose to leave. As they did, the older couple sitting by the window abruptly stood and exited too, though they left half a piece of pie untouched. Cassia and Byrne noticed, but said nothing. Outside, the couple disappeared into a side street. Coincidence, or were they trailing them? The tension in the air felt almost tangible. 8. The Cryptic Revelation. They returned to the library with their new scrap of parchment. Eliza Marlowe greeted them with a subdued enthusiasm. She'd uncovered some small but significant insight in their absence. Bringing them to the archives room, she laid out a typed set of notes. I've been matching runic elements with alchemical symbols, Eliza explained. I found references to an old mariner's cipher used in the 18th century by certain pirate or smuggler groups. They combined runic letters with alchemical or astrological symbols to hide coordinates, instructions, or references to hidden caches. From the partial strings we have, I believe these might be coordinates for specific locations, perhaps along the Westvale coastline. Cassia and Byrne exchanged excited looks. Coordinates for Hawksmoor's lost cargo? Cassia asked. Eliza nodded. Possibly. Or it could mark multiple points, a route or a series of hideouts. The partial lines I translated suggest something like 3 points or the third cove. Hard to be sure, but if you gather enough of these scraps, you might reconstruct a map or instructions. Byrne's mind jumped to the newly discovered wreckage. We found debris from what might be the Crestfallen, he said. Could the coordinates lead out to deeper waters where the main wreck might be? Eliza shrugged. That's plausible. You might need older charts of the region. If you find the right combination of coded references and actual navigation data, you could pinpoint a location at sea. Cassia's voice quivered with excitement. If that's the case, then the casket Finch gave us might contain a final piece of the puzzle, more runes or a partial map. That's why our thief stole the key. Eliza leaned over the small scrap of parchment Cassia and Byrne had recovered in the alley. Carefully dabbing away any residual dampness, she laid it flat under bright light. This line here, she pointed with a pencil tip, seems to match the phrase, bound by 2 keys. Over here, the letters might read, sunken cradle. It's incomplete, but enough to confirm a motif. Sunken cradle could be a poetic way of describing a watery grave, Byrne mused, or specifically referencing the ship's final resting place. Eliza beamed, clearly enjoying the challenge. I'll keep working on a more precise translation, but I think you're on the right track. Someone is collecting these scraps to form a coherent set of instructions. The thefts might be about reassembling a map or coded text scattered across multiple artifacts. 9. An unexpected ally. Leaving Eliza to her deciphering, Cassia and Bayern stepped back into the main library area, their minds whirling with possibilities. The rain had picked up again, drumming steadily on the roof. Just as they were about to exit, a voice called from behind a bookshelf. "Cassia Morell?" Cassia and Bayern turned to see a tall, bespectacled man with salt and pepper hair wearing a damp overcoat. He looked somewhere in his 50s, with a scholarly air about him. Cassia blinked. "Doctor." "Harland. What are you doing here?" Dr. Sebastian Harland was a well-known maritime historian and archaeologist from a university 2 states away. He and Cassia had exchanged emails about a year ago regarding a rumored pirate ledger, but she'd never met him in person. "I came as soon as I heard rumors of 18th century debris washing ashore near Westvale," Harland explained. "I suspected you might be involved. You do love your maritime legends." He gave her a friendly smile, then nodded politely to Bayern. Byrne introduced himself as a private investigator working a case possibly tied to Hawksmoor's lost cargo. Dr. Harland's eyes lit up. "Hawksmoor? Yes, I've studied that legend. The Crestfallen was rumored to carry a strange cargo from the Far East. Some said cursed objects, others said contraband. No one's ever confirmed the truth." "So you came to investigate?" Cassia asked, her skepticism tempered by curiosity. Harland nodded. "I was in the region for a conference and heard whispers about relics going missing. I suspect someone is chasing the real location of that lost cargo. If the debris is indeed from the Crestfallen, it's a once-in-a-lifetime find. The academic world would be abuzz." Cassia turned to Bayern, who wore a wary expression. "We could use an expert," she ventured. "Dr. Harland's knowledge might help us confirm the authenticity of artifacts, including the casket we have." Bayern hesitated. Trust was scarce these days, and new arrivals always raised suspicion. But Cassia's eyes pleaded with him. "All right," he said quietly. "We can show you something. But it needs to remain confidential. Too many people already want it." Harland raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "Understood. I'm here in good faith, I promise." Within minutes, they were huddled in a secluded corner of the library, away from prying eyes. Cassia carefully extracted the iron casket from her satchel. Dr. Harland's breath caught as he turned it over in his hands. Remarkable. The style of the engraving suggests 18th century maritime artistry, a swirling wave motif, perhaps from the South Sea's influence. And this crest-like sea, it could indeed be for the Crestfallen or for Captain Hawksmoor's wife, Cora. Hard to say. He set the casket down gently. "I can do a more thorough analysis if we get it to a proper lab, but that might take time. Where's the key?" Bayern grimaced. "Stolen. That's part of the bigger problem." Harlan mulled over the lock mechanism. "We can open it without the key, but it'll be risky. Might destroy the contents if they're fragile." Cassia chewed her lip. "Let's hold off on forcing it for now. We have an inkling there's a second key out there. Maybe the same person behind the thefts is searching for it. If we can figure out where that second key is, we could preserve whatever's inside." Harlan nodded, though his excitement was palpable. "Agreed. Still, we should keep this casket safe. If the thief finds out you have it, you'll be targeted." The mention of danger made Cassia's stomach flutter, but she resolved to see this through. After a brief discussion, they agreed that Dr. Harland would remain in Westvale for a few days, helping them identify any new artifacts. Cassia and Bayern would continue the on-the-ground investigation and keep the casket hidden. 10. Distant footsteps. They stepped out of the library together into the late afternoon. The storm clouds had shifted somewhat, leaving only a gentle drizzle, but the wind still carried a biting chill. Harland excused himself to check into a local inn and then visit the museum curator, Graham Ellison, about the stolen ship's bell. Meanwhile, Cassia and Byrne turned their steps back toward Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house. A tense hush had fallen over Westvale's streets. Most folks had retreated indoors to avoid the gusting wind. Seagulls circled overhead, their cries echoing in the mist. They walked side by side, discussing their next moves in hushed tones. Neither noticed the pair of figures who emerged from a narrow alley and began following at a careful distance. The watchers kept to the shadows, letting Cassia and Byrne drift further ahead, always remaining just out of sight. Eventually, Cassia paused at an intersection. "You know, maybe we should move the casket to a safer place. We've been carrying it around. If the intruder is watching us, we're practically bait." Byrne nodded, eyes scanning the empty street. "There's a safe in my room at Mrs. Sweeney's. Not exactly Fort Knox, but it's concealed, at least until we figure out a better option." They continued on, oblivious to their silent tale. At the boarding house, Byrne ushered Cassia upstairs. Mrs. Sweeney was nowhere to be seen, likely out shopping or visiting neighbors. Once in Byrne's room, they locked the door. The detective pulled a battered suitcase from the closet where a small combination safe was tucked inside. He popped it open and placed the iron casket inside, carefully wrapping it in cloth. Then he spun the lock. The sense of relief was palpable, though fleeting. "Now, it's out of sight," Byrne said, exhaling. Cassia looked around, noticing the modest furnishings, the file folders on the small desk. She saw the photo of the stolen locket pinned to an open notebook. "We haven't forgotten your original reason for being here, Devon Mowbray's stolen locket," she said. "That might be connected to Hawksmoor, too." Byrne nodded. "I suspect the same. If that locket had a crest or an inscription, it might be part of this puzzle. My client was adamant it was in Westvale. Could that be the second key, or part of it? I don't know yet." A sharp rap at the door startled them both. Byrne reached for the doorknob cautiously. Outside stood Mrs. Sweeney, her face drawn with concern. "I'm sorry to bother you, but there's a phone call downstairs. A man named Devon Mowbray, was it? He says it's urgent." Byrne's eyes flicked to Cassia. "Thank you, Mrs. Sweeney. I'll take it." 11th. An urgent warning. In the boarding house's small sitting room, Byrne lifted the receiver of the old landline phone. Cassia lingered nearby, straining to hear. "Byrne speaking," he said. On the other end, Devon Mowbray's cultured voice was tense. "Ah, detective, I've tried reaching you on your cell, but you didn't answer. I have alarming news. The locket is in danger, or rather, the people who hold it. I received an anonymous note warning me to call off the investigation, or there would be dire consequences." Byrne frowned. "A threat? Did it have any strange symbols by chance?" There was a brief rustling of paper. "Yes, actually. Strange runic shapes and an old letter C. I'm not certain what it means, but it spooked me. Detective, you must be cautious. Whatever you've uncovered in Westvale, these people are serious." Byrne's grip on the phone tightened. "Understood. Any leads on who sent the note?" "None," Mowbray replied. "And, for what it's worth, if you must stop searching for the locket to preserve your safety, I won't hold it against you. But if you choose to continue, I'll double your fee. This has gone beyond a mere theft. Something bigger is at play, something dangerous. I don't want any blood on my hands." Byrne exchanged a look with Cassia, who stood anxiously by the staircase. "I'm not giving up yet," he said into the phone. "But thanks for the warning." He hung up and relayed Mowbray's message to Cassia, who paled. "Threats, runic symbols, the letter C. They're definitely connected." Byrne pressed his lips together. "We've got to move carefully. But we can't walk away. Too many pieces are in motion." A distant crash of thunder punctuated his words. Outside, the wind howled, and the branches of a lone tree scraped the window like a skeletal hand. Cassia hugged her arms, fighting off a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. For all their discoveries, the sense of looming peril had intensified. 12. The mysterious messenger. Night fell early thanks to the heavy cloud cover. Cassia prepared to return to her motel, but hesitated, recalling that someone had followed them before. Byron offered to walk her there. As they stepped outside into the windy gloom, they found a folded note pinned to the boarding house's front door with a fishing hook. The hook glinted ominously in the porch light. Byron carefully removed the note, unpinning it from the wood. A smear of red, paint or something else, marred the paper. He held it close so they could read it by the light. Stop your search. These relics are not yours. The sea keeps its secrets. Turn back, or the tide will wash you away. No signature, only a strange symbol at the bottom, a stylized wave crest, reminiscent of a coiled serpent devouring its own tail. Cassia felt a chill race up her spine. Yet another threat, more ominous than the last. "What now?" she whispered. Burns' jaw set. "We don't scare easily." But inside, even he felt a tremor of unease. Whoever was sending these messages had eyes on them. The best they could do now was see this through, hoping to stay one step ahead of the unknown adversary. What lies ahead? Night had settled over Westvale, the thick fog rolling in like a living shroud. Lightning flickered on the far horizon, and thunder grumbled across the waves. Cassia and Byron parted ways at her motel, each lost in anxious thoughts. Dr. Harland prepared his notes for an early morning inspection of the newly discovered ship debris. Officer Gonzalez would continue patrolling the streets, on alert for further break-ins. And somewhere in the darkness, a hooded figure, or perhaps more than one, planned the next move. In the next episode, the circle of intrigue widens. We'll see more confrontations, deeper dives into cryptic symbols, and a startling piece of evidence that upends everything. Allies might betray our protagonists, or new friends could emerge unexpectedly. As the waves crash ceaselessly against Westvale's shore, the mystery grows ever more tangled, and the stakes climb higher. Stay tuned for Episode 3, where the hunt for the keys, the lock, and the centuries-lost cargo intensifies, and the fog of Westvale grows darker still. Episode 3, Shadows at Low Tide. 1. Storm's Aftermath. Lightning flashed through the night, tracing its jagged path across the sky before vanishing into the roiling darkness. The storm battered Westvale until the early morning hours, rain lashing rooftops and churning the harbour into a seething expanse of whitecaps. By dawn, the worst had passed, leaving the town glistening and dripping in the wan glow of a cloud-wrapped sun. Detective Rowan Byron rose from a restless sleep in his small room at Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house. His dreams had been troubled. Images of hooded figures and swirling runes danced behind his eyelids. The threatening note he'd found pinned to the door last night hadn't helped. Now he hurriedly dressed and checked the locked suitcase under his bed. Inside it rested the iron casket presumably tied to Captain Hawksmoor's legend. It was still there, untouched. He locked the suitcase again and exhaled with relief. Good. No one had broken in overnight. He thought of Cassia Morell staying in her modest motel on the edge of town. Was she safe? He'd offered her the boarding house's spare room for extra security, but she demurred, wanting to keep her own space. Byron resolved to check on her as soon as possible. They had more research to do, and quickly. A soft tap sounded on his door. When he opened it, Mrs. Sweeney stood on the threshold. She looked more anxious than usual. "Detective, I'm sorry to disturb you, but the local radio station reported a body found near the docks at dawn," she said, voice trembling. "They haven't released details, but folks are whispering it might be a fisherman or something else." Byron felt a chill tighten around his chest. A body. In a small town like Westvale, that was a big deal, and with everything else going on, his instincts told him it wasn't just an accident. "Thanks for telling me," he said, shrugging into his coat. "I'll head there now." Second, grim discovery by the docks. The morning breeze carried the tang of sea salt mixed with the pungent odor of algae. Huddled near a slipway on the far side of the pier, a half-dozen onlookers stood in wary silence, their faces etched with concern. Police tape stretched between rusting metal posts, forming a barrier around the crime scene. Officer Hannah Gonzalez met Byrne at the edge of the taped-off area. She looked grim. "We got the call at first light. A fisherman spotted him floating near the pylon. The victim is a local named Avery Collins, retired sailor, well-liked in town. He's been dead a few hours, maybe since last night." Byrne stepped closer, careful not to disturb the scene. Collins' body lay partially covered with a sheet. The man's greying hair was plastered to his skull, and his hands were contorted as if he'd fought for breath. There was bruising along his jaw and neck, as if from a struggle. "Any sign of foul play?" Byron asked quietly. Gonzalez pulled back the sheet just enough to reveal dark marks on the man's wrists. "Ligature wounds, and we found something odd on his palm, carved or scratched in." She lifted the hand, showing a faint symbol etched into the skin, likely with a sharp blade. A stylized wave crest coiled like a serpent devouring its tail. Byron's stomach lurched. He recognized it as the same symbol on last night's threatening note. Gonzalez lowered the sheet again. "The coroner's en route, but it looks like homicide. Maybe he was drowned, or his neck was broken first. The symbol suggests a message or a warning." Byron clenched his jaw. "I've seen that symbol recently," he murmured, mindful of the onlookers. "We need to keep the details quiet, or the killer might vanish into the fog." Gonzalez nodded in agreement. She seemed rattled. "I'll handle crowd control and keep the press at bay. You do what you need to do, detective." Byron thanked her and headed away from the crowd, noticing Cassia standing at the perimeter, hugging a shawl around her shoulders. When she saw him, her expression was a mixture of dread and determination. "What happened?" she asked in a hushed tone. "Rumors are going around that a man was killed." He nodded, voice low. "Victim is Avery Collins, possibly murdered. He had the same symbol we found on that warning note." Cassia paled. "That can't be a coincidence. Someone is sending a brutal message." They exchanged a silent look. The stakes had just risen from theft and vandalism to murder. The clock was ticking faster now. 3. The Scholar's Revelation. In the wake of this grim discovery, Dr. Sebastian Harland, maritime historian and archaeologist, arranged to meet Cassia and Byron at the Westvale Public Library. He arrived just after they left the docks, wearing a rumpled overcoat and looking shaken by the news of Collins's death. "I heard about the murder," Harland said, voice subdued. "Terrible. Let's hope it's not connected to everything else." But there was little doubt it was. Eliza Marlowe, the librarian, guided them into the archives room with drawn blinds and hushed urgency. Once they were seated around a large wooden table, she passed Dr. Harland a folder of runic references. "Here's what I've managed to decode so far. I used partial translations from older maritime ciphers that Cassia discovered. It seems that multiple fragments, scattered across Westvale's relics, collectively form coordinates or instructions." Harland donned his reading glasses, scanning the cryptic symbols. "I see a repeated phrase about 2 keys and a sunken cradle. We suspected that referred to the cargo's watery grave. If these scraps are combined, they might pinpoint exactly where the cargo rests, whether along the coast or further out at sea. Cassia leaned forward. Eliza, have you come across the wave serpent symbol in any local texts? The one we saw on that note, also carved into the victim's hand. Eliza shook her head. Nothing definitive. It resembles certain older designs referencing the Ouroboros, the serpent devouring its tail, but it's stylized to look like a wave crest, possibly some secret society symbol or a cultish maritime group that once existed here. We do have records of older sea cults rumored in coastal towns centuries ago. Some believed in protecting cursed cargo from leaving the ocean's depths. Harlan rubbed his temples. I've encountered rumors in maritime lore, a clandestine group called the Order of the Deep Tide that guarded relics deemed too dangerous for the surface world, but most historians dismiss it as myth. A tense silence followed. Then Byron spoke. If it's real, maybe they're the ones behind the threats. And now a murder. Their mission could be preventing anyone from retrieving Hawksmoor's cargo. They might see it as blasphemy or something too deadly to unearth. Cassia felt a shiver of unease. Which means they'll do anything to stop us, or to ensure the relics are never reunited. Or worse, if some renegade faction within that group wants the cargo for themselves. The hush in the archives room was so profound that they could hear the ticking of the library's grandfather clock in the hall. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the windows. 4. A desperate confession. As they stepped out of the library into the mid-morning gloom, their nerves were on edge. The clouds overhead pressed low, suffocating the day in a steely grey blanket. Cassia and Byron both jumped when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Wait!" a voice called. They turned to see Mr. Finch, the anxious antiques dealer, hurrying up the sidewalk. He looked even more distraught than usual, his eyes bloodshot. "Mr. Finch, are you all right?" Cassia asked. He tugged them aside into a recessed doorway, away from prying eyes. His voice trembled. I heard about poor Avery Collins, and I received another letter this morning, someone threatening me if I don't turn over any other Hawksmoor relics." Byron's expression darkened. "Did it have that wave serpent symbol?" Finch nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes, I swear. I don't have anything else except what I gave you. But there is something I never told you. My grandfather used to keep a log of all the antiques he handled, including items passed down in our family. I dismissed it, but maybe it holds more clues." He fished a small leather-bound notebook from his pocket and pressed it into Byron's hands. "It's from the 1930s. My grandfather wrote about attempts to locate the matching key for that iron casket, the one I gave you. He believed it might be hidden in the catacombs beneath St. Felix Chapel." Cassia's eyes widened. "Catacombs? In Westvale?" Finch nodded hastily. "It's an old, half-ruined chapel up the coast road near the cliffs, abandoned for decades, but rumor says there's a crypt underneath. My grandfather planned to search for the second key there, but he gave up after hearing strange rumors, spooky tales about robed figures, chanting. He said it wasn't worth angering them." Finch's face creased with fear. "He died soon after, and no one followed up." A chill crawled up Byron's spine. "Thank you for this, Finch. I know it can't be easy." Finch shook his head. "If you find the second key, maybe you can end this madness. But be careful. Those people, they're dangerous." He hurried away, leaving Cassia and Byron to stare after him. Within that battered leather notebook might lie instructions for accessing St. Felix Chapel's forgotten crypt, and, if Finch's grandfather was correct, the missing key. 5. Plans and warnings. Back at Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house, Byron secured the door to his room and spread out Finch's grandfather's notebook on the small desk. Cassia stood beside him, reading over his shoulder. The old man's handwriting was neat but faded, describing genealogical lore, references to hidden compartments, local rumors. Halfway in, they found a passage. The second key is rumored, kept by those who vow to protect the chest's secret. They gather beneath St. Felix Chapel, away from prying eyes. My attempts to enter were met with warnings and a faint chanting echoing in the stone halls. I dared not go further. Another page referenced a stone effigy in the chapel's crypt, said to hold a locked box in its mouth or clasped hands. Details were unclear. The text ended abruptly with a note: "Beware the watchers in the dark. They bear the mark of the serpent wave, sworn to keep the treasure buried at sea." Byrne ran a hand through his hair. This lines up with the Order of the Deep Tide idea, or something like it. They might be hoarding the second key, ensuring no one unlocks Hawksmoor's cargo. Cassia's heart pounded. "This is bigger and more dangerous than we imagined. They've killed once. They'll do it again if we trespass on their ground." Byrne nodded gravely. "But we can't let them remain the only ones who know the truth. If they have the second key, they might do something drastic, like destroy the casket or the relics to keep them hidden forever. Or maybe a rogue member wants the cargo for profit or power." Cassia studied his face. "So we go to St. Felix Chapel and see for ourselves." He met her gaze. "We can't rush in blind. Let's do some recon first. I'll inform Officer Gonzalez that we have a lead. Maybe we can get official backup if it's truly a crime scene." Cassia frowned. "But if local law enforcement is outmatched, or if someone on the inside is compromised, we risk losing the element of surprise." They debated the risks, finally deciding to go covertly that evening, just the two of them, and possibly Dr. Harland, if he was willing. The chapel was rumored to be half-collapsed and dangerous. Under cover of night, they'd have a better chance to slip in unnoticed. Although that prospect sent a chill through both of them, they saw no other way to break this deadlock. 6. The Chapel on the Cliffs. Twilight found Cassia, Byrne, and Dr. Harland driving an old jeep up a winding coastal road beyond Westvale's outskirts. The sky was a deepening blue, scattered with ragged clouds. The sea crashed against the base of the cliffs far below, visible through breaks in the stunted pine trees lining the road. Dr. Harland had balked at first, calling this plan potentially reckless, but Cassia and Byrne's earnest urgency had convinced him. Now, as they rounded a bend, they saw it. A crumbling stone chapel perched near the cliff edge, its peaked roof half caved in. A rusted iron gate barred a weed-choked courtyard. Wind whipped across the open land, carrying the tang of salt and the faint screech of gulls. They parked behind a stand of trees, dousing the headlights to avoid announcing their presence. Armed only with flashlights and cautious resolve, they approached the gate. Harland peered through the iron bars. "Looks deserted, for now." Byrne tested the gate. The lock was old and rusted. He forced it gently, then gave a sharp push. With a reluctant squeal of metal, the gate popped open. The trio exchanged uneasy glances and slipped inside. The chapel's front doors were heavy oak, warped by years of neglect. One door hung ajar, revealing a dim interior that smelled of mold and wet stone. Inside, scattered shards of colored glass crunched underfoot, remnants of stained glass windows. A few pews lay overturned, rotting in the damp. The roof vault overhead was partially collapsed, allowing a slice of moonlight to fall across the broken floor. Cassia's flashlight played over the walls, revealing faded murals of saints and angels, some defaced by graffiti. She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of centuries pressing in. "We should look for a stairwell or trapdoor," she whispered. "Something leading below." 7. Descent into darkness. They spread out carefully. Harland examined the stone pillars, searching for hidden latches or recesses. Byrne swept his flashlight across the floor, noticing old, worn tiles with large cracks. Cassia found a side chapel behind a tattered curtain where a battered altar rested atop a raised dais. A dark opening yawned beneath the altar, an old crypt entrance possibly. Carefully, she called the others over. "I think I've found something." Byrne knelt, shining his light into the gap. Slick steps of ancient stone led downward, disappearing into blackness. A rush of cold, dank air rose up, carrying the scent of damp earth. Harlan's voice trembled with mixed excitement and fear. This must be it. The crypt, possibly where they kept the remains of old priests, or maybe even that effigy Finch's grandfather mentioned. They steeled themselves, then began to descend. The steps were narrow, forcing them to proceed single file. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming puddles on the slick stone. Halfway down, they heard something, faint chanting, echoing from below. Byrne froze, heart pounding. He turned off his flashlight, gesturing for the others to do the same. The darkness was absolute, but their ears picked up the rhythmic murmur of multiple voices. Could it be members of the so-called Order? Cassia's mouth went dry. Her mind flashed to Avery Collins's body and the cryptic warnings. She pressed closer to Byrne, who took a cautious step forward, letting the faint glow of distant candlelight guide them. At the bottom of the stairs, a corridor stretched out, carved from the bedrock. Cracked stone arches lined the way, each revealing small niches that once held tombs. Shadows flickered on the walls, cast by an unseen flame. The chanting grew louder, a low, droning incantation. The trio crept forward, hugging the damp walls. After a short distance, the corridor opened into a subterranean chamber. The scene they beheld made their blood run cold. 8. The Secret Ritual. A half-dozen robed figures stood in a semicircle, candles burning in tall iron holders behind them. Their hoods concealed their faces. At the center of the chamber lay a stone effigy of a medieval knight or monk, hands clasped over its breast. Carvings on the effigy's chest showed a wave serpent symbol, exactly like the mark they'd seen on the dead man's palm. One robed figure stepped forward, chanting in a guttural tone. Though the words were unintelligible from this distance, they sounded ancient, layered with menace. Another figure held something in their hands, a small object glinting in the candlelight. Cassia stifled a gasp. The object looked like a key, its bow shaped like a serpent's head. Harlan tensed beside her. Byrne clenched his jaw, taking in the presence of so many unknown adversaries. He counted 6, possibly more in the shadows. Storming in unarmed would be suicide. Then, as if sensing watchers, one robed figure turned abruptly. "Who goes there?" a sharp voice demanded, echoing off the walls. The chanting cut off. Byrne cursed under his breath. They'd been spotted. He grabbed Cassia's hand and urged her back into the corridor. Harlan, eyes wide, followed. They sprinted for the stairs, footsteps echoing. Behind them, shouts rang out. The flicker of candlelight approached as robed figures gave chase. 9. A narrow escape. Cassia's heart thundered in her chest as she scrambled up the slippery steps. She could hear the thud of boots behind them. Halfway up, Harlan stumbled. Byrne grasped his arm, pulling him upright just in time. They burst into the ruined chapel, where moonlight spilled through the collapsed roof. One robed pursuer emerged from the stairwell. Even in the half-light, Byrne could make out a glint of steel, a knife or short blade. No time to reason or talk. He scooped up a broken wooden beam from the floor, brandishing it like a club. "Stay back," he warned, voice echoing in the cavernous space. The robed figure hesitated. More silhouettes crowded behind him in the stairwell mouth. Then, from somewhere deeper in the crypt, a stern voice called, "Let them go! We have what we need." At that, the robed pursuer snarled, but stepped aside. Cassia, Byrne, and Harlan wasted no time. They darted past, out the chapel's front door, and into the night. In the courtyard, they sprinted for the jeep, hearts pounding. No one followed. Only the wind sighed through the rusted gate. Once safely inside the vehicle, they sat breathless, pulses hammering. "They let us escape," Harlan said in disbelief, wiping cold sweat from his brow. "Why?" Byrne cranked the engine, casting a wary glance back at the chapel's silhouette. Maybe because they already performed their ritual, or they didn't want to risk a more public fight. Either way, we got out with our skins intact. Cassia inhaled shakily. But we saw the key, right? One of them held it in the circle. Byron nodded. That has to be the second key for the casket. They must keep it in that crypt, performing some ritual to guard or use it. Harland rubbed his temples. Now they know we're onto them. They won't hesitate to strike again. We need a new plan, and maybe more allies. We can't just waltz back in there. A long silence fell. Then Byron pressed the gas, guiding the jeep onto the moonlit coast road back to Westvale. They'd discovered the location of the second key and confirmed the existence of a secretive, dangerous cult, but they were no closer to obtaining that key themselves. Meanwhile, a murderer was at large, and the cargo's final whereabouts remained elusive. 10. Conflicts of the Heart. An hour later, they regrouped at Cassia's motel room. Tension hung thick in the small space. Harland paced near the door, adjusting his glasses repeatedly. Byron stood by the window, scanning for movement outside. Cassia sat on the edge of the bed, eyes on the floor. Finally, Harland broke the silence. I can reach out to a colleague who specializes in maritime cult lore, though I doubt he'll have time to come here. Still, maybe he can confirm the Order's rituals or give us insight. Byrne rubbed the back of his neck, exhaustion etched on his features. That might help, but everything points to that group wanting Hawksmoor's cargo to remain hidden forever. They have the second key. If we can't get it, we might never open the casket. Cassia looked up, her voice trembling slightly. What if we use a locksmith or some specialized tool to open the casket anyway? We risk damaging whatever's inside, but maybe we don't have a choice. Byrne considered it. We could try, but if the contents are ancient documents or a fragile relic, we might destroy them. That might hand victory to the cult. Nobody learns the truth. Harland frowned. We should weigh that risk carefully. If the casket's contents are the final step in locating the cargo, we want them intact. If the cargo is truly cursed or dangerous, knowledge might be the only way to handle it properly. The discussion waned, and a heaviness settled over them. Cassia placed a hand on Byrne's arm. Rowan, we're in over our heads. There's a murderous cult, stolen relics, and now we have evidence they're performing some kind of ritual with that second key. I'm scared. Byrne's expression softened. He gently squeezed her hand. I'm not going anywhere. We'll figure this out, even if it means calling in more official help. Harland quietly excused himself, stepping into the motel's hallway to make phone calls, leaving Cassia and Byrne alone. For a moment, they simply stood there, the unspoken tension between them an odd mix of fear, camaraderie, and something else, an empathy forged in danger. 11th. A ransacked library. Later that night, while Byrne and Cassia tried to get some rest, Harland taking the motel's adjacent room, a sudden call on Byrne's phone jolted them awake. It was Eliza Marlowe, the librarian. She sounded frantic. Detective Byrne, she gasped. The library. It was broken into just now. I was working late in the archives. Someone in a hood forced the door, started rummaging for the documents we'd been translating. Byrne was already pulling on his shoes. Are you safe? Did they hurt you? I'm shaken, but unharmed, Eliza said, voice trembling. They locked me in a closet, but I managed to call for help on my cell. He took some of our papers. I think it was more of those coded fragments. Stay where you are, Eliza. I'm on my way. Cassia, hearing the conversation, shot to her feet. Within minutes, she, Byrne, and Harland were in the jeep, racing through the fog-laden streets. The library lights glowed ominously against the mist as they pulled up to see the door broken. 2 local officers, called by Eliza, were already there, securing the scene. Eliza emerged from behind a bookshelf, pale and shaking. Cassia embraced her gently. Oh, God, Eliza, are you okay? She nodded, eyes darting around. He had a hood, just like you described. He took any documents referencing the runic symbols and maritime ciphers. I tried to stop him, but he shoved me aside. Byron's jaw tightened. Did you see his face? Eliza shook her head. No, it was too dark. But he kept muttering something about ensuring nothing is revealed, like he had a mission to destroy all evidence. Harlan surveyed the wrecked archives room, noticing scattered papers. So they're cutting off our ability to decode the final puzzle. If they have the second key already, the only advantage we had was knowledge. Cassia's eyes burned with frustration. We still have Finch's old notebook and the partial references Eliza made, but the cult has ramped up their efforts. They'll try to eliminate every clue or person who might decipher the runes. The officers took statements and dusted for prints, though Bayern suspected they'd find none. The intruder, likely a cult member, was cunning enough to wear gloves. All signs pointed to the same wave serpent group, bent on preserving secrecy. As they departed the library near dawn, Cassia felt a grim determination take hold. We can't just play defense, waiting for them to pick us off or steal more relics. We must find a way to get that key, or open the casket another way. If they realize we still have Finch's notebook, we'll be next. Bayern stared at the swirling fog, the first hints of morning light starting to glow. They've declared war on information. We need to strike back with it, but we can't do this alone. Inside, each of them knew a confrontation was coming, one they might not all survive. 12. The next step. After ensuring Eliza got home safely, the trio returned to the boarding house for a quick meeting. Mrs. Sweeney, worried sick, fussed over them with tea and biscuits. They sat around the small dining table, the aroma of lemon polish and fresh bread doing little to ease the tension. Bayern pored over Finch's grandfather's notes again, scanning for any hint that might help them infiltrate the crypt or seize the second key. One passage leapt out. Upon the tomb, effigy rests the mouth of secrets. Some say if you speak the vow of the sea and place the key at the effigy's lips, a hidden compartment opens. Another key was said to be hidden behind the stone's clasped hands. Cassia tapped the page. So if we'd had time, maybe we could have found a hidden compartment in that effigy. But the robed figures were already there, performing their ritual. Harlan considered this. They must have used that hidden lock to retrieve the second key from the effigy. That's what we saw. Burns' phone buzzed. He answered wearily. Officer Gonzalez on the other end, wanting an update. He gave her a sanitized version. The same group behind the previous thefts had stolen important historical documents and might be involved in Avery Collins's murder. She promised to intensify patrols, but also urged caution. Without hard evidence, the police couldn't raid the chapel. Not without probable cause and a warrant, Burns said after he hung up. Time-consuming. The cult will vanish by then, taking their key with them. Cassia's eyes flicked to the locked suitcase under Bayern's bed. We have the casket. They have the key. If we're going to decipher this puzzle, maybe it's time we consider more extreme measures, prying it open. Harlan nodded reluctantly. If we do, we should consult a conservation expert, or at least a skilled locksmith who understands antique mechanisms. Otherwise, one wrong move, and we shred centuries-old parchment or break a delicate relic. Byrne looked at the two of them, seeing the fatigue and resolve in their eyes. All right, he said softly. We'll find a discreet professional who can attempt it. We can't wait any longer. A silence fell, each person steeling themselves for the next step. This was a turning point. Opening the casket without the rightful key might be irreversible. It could either unravel the final piece of Hawksmoor's mystery or destroy it forever. And with a lethal cult shadowing their every move, there might be no second chance. 13. The Dawn of Uncertainty. Outside, dawn lightened the sky to a washed-out grey. Seagulls drifted over the rooftops, keening softly. The world looked the same as it ever was, yet everything had changed overnight. A murder, A near confrontation in a hidden crypt, a ransacked library, Westvale felt dangerously small, as though the swirling fog concealed watchers at every corner. Cassia gazed through the dining room window. Her reflection stared back, weary yet determined. She thought of Captain Hawksmoor's final voyage, the rumoured curse, and what might be inside that iron casket. What if the cargo truly was something monstrous or cursed? The cult's zeal suggested they believed so. Byron placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "We'll see this through," he said, voice low. "No matter what's inside that casket, the truth needs to come out." She nodded, placing her hand over his. "I'm with you." Nearby, Dr. Harlan cleared his throat. "Then let's proceed. First, we find a safe place to attempt the casket's opening. We keep what we learn secret from all but those we trust completely, or we risk another theft. Then, if the contents confirm a location for the cargo, we decide how to handle it. Turn it over to authorities, or, if it's truly dangerous, keep it hidden or destroyed." They agreed. Gathering their notes, they rose from the table. Mrs. Sweeney hovered anxiously in the hallway, offering her best wishes. The hush in the house was thick with apprehension. All the while, Westvale's damp streets awaited them beyond the front door. The threat was real, pressing in from all sides. Yet a flicker of hope burned in their hearts. They'd survived the crypt. They still had a path forward. Perhaps the casket's secrets would break the stalemate, giving them the knowledge to face this cult head-on. Little did they know that, in the coming hours, startling discoveries and treachery would collide, pushing them closer to the heart of a centuries-old mystery than they'd ever dreamed possible. And somewhere in the gloom, unseen eyes waited, ready to strike again as soon as the time was right. Looking ahead. As night turns to day in Westvale, our protagonists find themselves caught in a tightening net. They've glimpsed a secret cult performing a ritual in the chapel's crypt, discovered that cult members now have the second key, and have proven their capacity for deadly force. Meanwhile, stolen documents and the ransacking of the library threaten to erase vital clues. The only way forward might be to force open the iron casket, risking irreparable damage to its ancient secrets. In Episode 4, expect deeper betrayals, daring decisions, and surprising revelations about Captain Hawksmoor's cursed cargo. Our protagonists will try to open the casket, and what they learn inside may shake their resolve and drive them into confrontations they aren't certain to survive. Stay tuned. Episode 4. The Casket's Secrets. 1. Plans in the morning light. Morning broke over Westvale in a haze of pale yellow sunlight that struggled to penetrate the lingering fog. Distant cries of gulls drifted from the harbour. Inside Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house, Detective Rowan Byrne, Cassia Morell, and Dr. Sebastian Harland gathered in the modest dining room, each nursing a cup of coffee or tea. Their eyes were rimmed with fatigue, but their determination was stronger than ever. A single object dominated their attention, the locked iron casket now resting on the table. They had spent half the night debating their next steps after the break-in at the library and the near confrontation in St. Felix Chapel's crypt. The cult, possibly calling itself the Order of the Deep Tide, possessed the second key. They had shown no hesitation to threaten, harm, or kill to protect Hawksmoor's secret cargo. "All right," Barnes said grimly, resting his hand on the casket. "We can't wait around for the cult to strike again. We'll try to open this with a professional locksmith. If the contents are as old and fragile as we suspect, we'll need someone who specializes in antique mechanisms. We can't just pry it open with a crowbar." Cassia nodded, though her face betrayed her worry. "I made a few calls. The nearest specialist in antique locks is a man named Michel Belmont, about 40 miles up the coast. He's semi-retired, but he's known to handle museum pieces." Harlan set down his coffee. "If we're going to trust him with the casket, we must ensure secrecy. The cult might have ears everywhere." Byrne exhaled, scanning the quiet boarding house. "We'll keep the circle small, just the four of us. We'll drive out there and hope no one follows." Mrs. Sweeney emerged from the kitchen, eyeing the group with maternal concern. "You three haven't eaten a thing. Please, have some breakfast." She set down plates of eggs and toast. "You look run down." They all managed small smiles of thanks, but the mood was too heavy for casual conversation. Beneath the whiff of eggs and coffee lay the ever-present tension that their every move could be watched, that each choice might bring them another step closer to danger. 2. The road to Belmont's workshop. Around mid-morning, they packed the iron casket into a discreet padded container and placed it in the trunk of a nondescript sedan borrowed from one of Bayern's contacts in town. The detective hoped the unremarkable car would help them slip away unnoticed. Cassia sat in the front passenger seat next to Byrne, while Dr. Harlan took the back. Fog blurred the coastline as they drove north, the sea occasionally visible through gaps in the rocky cliffs. Byrne watched the rearview mirror, heart pounding whenever another vehicle approached from behind, but after an hour, no obvious pursuit had materialized. They reached a small coastal town even quieter than Westvale, just a scattering of weathered buildings near a crumbling pier. At the far edge of this village stood a tidy brick workshop attached to an old Victorian house, ringed by tall hedges. A discreet brass plaque by the front gate read, "Michel Belmont, Antique Lock Restoration." As they parked on the gravel driveway, Cassia's stomach twisted in apprehension. Had they truly eluded the cult's watchful eyes? She scanned the street and saw only an elderly man walking a dog in the distance. "All clear," Byrne said softly. "Let's go." Michel Belmont answered the door almost immediately, as though expecting them. A short, wiry man in his 60s, he had a neatly trimmed grey beard and wore wire-rimmed glasses. His eyes flicked over the strangers, uncertain, until Cassia introduced herself. "Thank you for agreeing to see us, Mr. Belmont. We have a delicate piece requiring your expertise." Belmont ushered them inside. His workshop was a marvel of old tools, wooden benches, and shelves loaded with antique locks, keys, gears, and half-restored mechanisms. The air smelled of machine oil and dust. When Byrne set the padded container on a workbench and lifted out the iron casket, Belmont's brow furrowed. 17th or 18th century, yes? Possibly maritime in origin, from the design. Where did you acquire it? Cassia and Harland exchanged glances. They had prepared a plausible half-truth. "It's a family heirloom," Cassia said carefully. "We believe it contains historical documents. The key has been lost for generations, and we're afraid forcing it open might destroy what's inside." Belmont studied the lock's corroded mechanism. "Well, you're right to be cautious. This is not a simple padlock. The craftsmanship is fine, though heavily rusted. We'll have to proceed slowly. I'll do my best to preserve the contents, but there's always a risk." He turned to gather specialized tools, slim picks, a fiber optic scope, small vials of lubricant, while the three visitors hovered nervously. In the corner of the workshop, a vintage clock chimed 11. Each passing second felt like a countdown to potential discovery. 3. Expert hands at work. Belmont donned magnifying goggles and began his meticulous work. First, he gently cleaned the external lock plate, scraping away rust flakes with a tiny scalpel. Next, he applied a thin, penetrating oil to the lock's seams, allowing it to soak for a few minutes. Then he inserted a slender borescope into the keyhole, projecting a shaky image onto a small screen. Cassia leaned in, fascinated despite her nerves. "I see a complex warding pattern," Belmont murmured. "Multiple levers inside. If you had the original key, it would have a unique bit cut to move these levers in sequence." Burns' jaw tightened. "So it's nearly impossible to pick using standard methods?" Belmont nodded. "Nearly, but not entirely. I can attempt to manipulate each lever with specialized picks. However, if it's badly corroded, even the correct picks might snap something inside. Patience is critical." Harland hovered, hands clasped behind his back. "What's the worst-case scenario?" Belmont's mouth tightened. "I break the internal mechanism. Then the box remains locked, or we have to saw through the metal. That would likely damage the contents." He turned back to the casket. "But let's be optimistic." They waited in tense silence as Belmont commenced the painstaking procedure, shifting picks, gently rotating them, listening for subtle clicks. The quiet was interrupted only by the hum of a desk lamp and the distant squawk of a seagull outside. Minutes stretched into a half-hour. Sweat beaded on Belmont's brow. Cassia realized she was holding her breath. Finally, he paused and exhaled. "The corrosion is extensive. One lever is stuck. I'm going to apply a microheater to loosen it. Very carefully." 4. Shadows on the threshold. While Belmont continued, Byrne sensed a prickling at the back of his neck. He handed Harland a meaningful look, then quietly moved to the window. Peering through a gap in the drawn curtains, he surveyed the street. A black SUV had pulled up across the way, windows tinted. It sat idle, engine running. "Cassia," Byrne said softly, gesturing for her to join him. She sidled over, her heart thudding at the sight of the ominous vehicle. The silhouette of the driver was just visible. Harland joined them, voice barely above a whisper. "They found us." Byrne grimaced. "I'm not sure, but it feels off. We have to be ready." The seconds ticked by, each one ramping up their adrenaline. Then the SUV's door opened and a figure stepped out, tall, wearing dark jeans and a hooded jacket. Even from 50 feet away, there was something distinctly purposeful about the way they moved. The figure glanced toward Belmont's workshop, then started across the street. Cassia's pulse pounded. "We need to warn Belmont to hurry." "Right," Byrne said. He turned to the locksmith. "Mr. Belmont, we might have company." Belmont frowned, still bent over the casket. "I'm close," he whispered. "Just a bit more time. I can't rush or I'll snap something." A gentle click echoed in the workshop. Belmont froze, eyes lighting up with cautious triumph. "Wait, that's one lever free. One more to go." Outside, the gravel crunch of approaching footsteps grew louder. 5th confrontation. At the workshop. Cassia took a defensive stance near the front door, heart hammering. Byrne positioned himself behind a tall steel toolbox, scanning for something he might use as an improvised weapon. Harland hovered protectively near Belmont and the casket, picking up a sturdy metal rod from the workbench. Knuckles rapped on the door, startling them all. A tense silence followed. Then a voice called out. A woman's voice, unexpectedly calm. "Detective Rowan Byrne, open up. We need to speak." Byrne exhaled shakily, his eyes cutting to Cassia. He stepped forward, cracked open the door, and peered through. On the stoop stood Officer Hannah Gonzalez, the Westvale police officer who'd been leading the official side of the thefts case. Byrne let out a breath of relief, though confusion lingered. "Officer Gonzalez? What are you doing here?" She glanced over his shoulder, her expression as tight as a coiled spring. "We traced you through local phone calls. We've had an anonymous tip that your life might be in danger. Something about a dangerous group tracking you." Byrne kept his voice low. "That's not untrue. But how did you find us so quickly?" Gonzalez winced, stepping inside. "We've been monitoring suspicious vehicles entering and leaving Westvale. We spotted your borrowed sedan on the highway traffic cams. Then we got an anonymous call directing us to Belmont's address. The tipster said you were in urgent danger." Burns' eyes narrowed. The mention of an anonymous call reeked of potential manipulation. "You sure it's not the cult luring you here?" She shrugged. "Could be. But I had to come. We've got an active homicide case and missing relics, all pointing to the same group. If that group is after you, it's my job to intervene. Also," she looked around, "what exactly are you doing here?" Belmont, still bent over the casket, gave a tiny wave of acknowledgement. "He's, employing my services, officer," he said, with forced politeness, not looking away from the lock. "I'm nearly done." Gonzalez's gaze flicked to the iron casket. "Is that evidence?" Byron and Cassia exchanged glances. The last thing they wanted was for the police to confiscate it, or for word to spread widely. But lying outright might cause more trouble. Before Byron could reply, Belmont gave a soft cry of victory. Click, scrape, pop. The casket's lock finally gave way, the hinged clasp lifting with a groan of metal. Harland gasped. "You did it!" Belmont carefully set his tools aside, removing the casket from the vise. "That should do it. But please, be gentle opening it. We don't know what's inside or how fragile it might be." All eyes turned to the iron box. Byrne carefully placed it on a cleared space on the workbench. The air felt electric, every breath tight. "Here goes," he murmured, lifting the lid. 6. The contents revealed. Inside the casket lay a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth, plus a slim wooden tube sealed at each end with wax. The interior space smelled faintly of salt and age. Cassia's hand trembled as she reached for the oilcloth. She peeled it back to reveal a brittle parchment folded multiple times. The edges flaked at her touch, and she inhaled carefully to steady herself. Beneath the parchment lay a small gold medallion etched with the stylized C. The design matched the crest found on the stolen bell, Finch's key, and presumably the locket Byron was hired to find. Meanwhile, Byron lifted the wooden tube, shaking it gently. Something slid inside with a soft rustle. "Possibly another parchment or scroll," he muttered, angling it toward the light. Michael Belmont, enthralled, stepped closer, but quickly drew back at a stern look from Byrne. This was private, sensitive stuff. Officer Gonzalez watched in guarded fascination. "Should you be handling that without gloves?" Dr. Harlan dug into his satchel, producing a pair of white cotton gloves. "We'll be careful. These documents could be centuries old." Working gently, Cassia and Harlan placed the casket's contents on a protective cloth. One by one, they examined each piece. The folded parchment, inscribed with elaborate faded script. Although some lines were in archaic English, others contained the same runic alchemical symbols they'd encountered. Cassia's heart pounded as she deciphered enough to guess it was a partial map or set of instructions referencing coastal landmarks. The 3 spires, the drowned reef, the watchers of the tide. The text also referenced the final vow, suggesting a ritual or oath. The gold medallion, about the size of a large coin, depicting the swirling wave shape and the letter C. The back bore an inscription so worn it was nearly illegible, something about "our bond in the depths." The wooden tube's scroll, sealed with wax, which Harland carefully cracked. Inside was a narrower piece of parchment with a series of cryptic lines in a mixture of runic symbols and English. "Where the crestfallen sank, beneath the moon's eclipse, a path of tides reveals the cargo's resting crypt." Accompanying it were coordinates, partly coded, partly numeric, matching or overlapping with the fragments Eliza had been reconstructing at the library. A hush fell over the group. They had in their possession what seemed to be the final clue to Captain Hawksmoor's lost cargo, a coded chart or directions to the location at sea where the crestfallen might lie. 7. The officer's ultimatum. Officer Gonzalez broke the silence first, her voice firm. This is clearly important evidence in the homicide and theft investigations. Detective Byrne, I appreciate you're a private investigator, but I must insist you turn it over to law enforcement custody. Byrne straightened. Officer, with all due respect, the local police have been behind the curve at every step. The moment this evidence hits official channels, the cult could vanish or infiltrate. I can't risk it. Her expression hardened. You think we have a leak in the station? I don't know, Byrne admitted, but we can't ignore that possibility. We've seen how quickly the cult moves and how widespread their watchers might be. Harland, anxious, stepped in. We don't want to undermine the law, officer, but this is bigger than one local jurisdiction. If we lose these documents now, we may never unravel the truth about the cargo or the murderers behind Avery Collins' death. Gonzalez pressed her lips together. It was clear she felt cornered between official duty and the pressing reality of the cult's ruthlessness. Slowly, she exhaled. Then I'll do my best to protect you. But if you withhold evidence, I can't guarantee the chain of custody. We're skirting the edge of the law here, Detective. Byrne nodded. We'll proceed carefully. If we can pinpoint the cargo's location at sea, we might get the upper hand. Then I'll share everything with the police. For now, let's keep this quiet. Gonzalez mulled it over, then relented with a resigned nod. All right, but I'm telling you now, I won't cover for you if the higher-ups come knocking, and if you're in danger, you call me first. 8. A culprit. Unmasked? Before they could leave Belmont's workshop, there came a tap at the open door. Everyone tensed, but it was only the older gentleman from across the street, the one who'd been walking his dog earlier. He leaned in, concern etched on his face. Everything all right in here? Saw that black SUV drive away in a hurry. Cassia and Byrne exchanged startled looks. None of them had even noticed the SUV leaving. So there had been someone watching, but they'd vanished. Possibly the cult, possibly someone else. Regardless, the immediate threat seemed gone. Officer Gonzalez quickly stepped out to scan the street. The black SUV was nowhere in sight. The older man excused himself, satisfied that no one was in immediate trouble. Returning inside, Gonzalez shook her head. They must have realized the police were here and took off. We can't chase them effectively if we don't know who they are or where they're going. Byrne tightened his fists. They probably got confirmation that we have the casket opened. Next move is on them. 9. Buried at sea. Saying a hasty goodbye to a perplexed but paid in full Michel Belmont, the group reconvened by the car. The newly revealed relics were carefully rewrapped and hidden in an inconspicuous messenger bag slung over Cassia's shoulder. Officer Gonzalez insisted on following them back to Westvale in her cruiser. None of them were keen on traveling alone after their near disaster at the workshop. During the drive, Cassia studied the partial map references. Snippets of text mentioned the twin lighthouses or the spire that calls the gulls. Dr. Harland recognized some as archaic references to points along the coastline near Westvale. Putting them together with the coordinates from the wooden tube's scroll, they might isolate an area of the seabed just offshore from a dangerous stretch of reefs known as Maiden's Desolation. It's not far from where that driftwood debris was found, Cassia said, excitement edging her voice. If the crestfallen truly sank there, the currents could have brought bits of wreckage ashore from time to time. Harland rubbed his chin. We'd need a proper boat and diving gear to explore, and it's risky. Those reefs are notoriously rough. Byrne kept his eyes on the road. We don't even know if the cargo is intact after centuries underwater, but if any part of it remains, the cult might try to salvage or destroy it soon. We have to move first. Cassia felt a cold thrill. They were close, so close, to the beating heart of the mystery. But with the cult presumably holding the second key, a final confrontation seemed unavoidable. The question remained, was it safer to bring in the police and stage an official expedition, or to quietly slip out to the reefs on their own? 10th. Divergent paths. Back in Westvale, the day advanced under a clearing sky. The storm-torn clouds of the past few days had finally begun to thin, revealing a weak afternoon sun. Officer Gonzalez parted ways with them at the outskirts of town, instructing Bayern to keep her informed. She drove off toward the station, likely full of unanswerable questions about how to handle such a bizarre case. Cassia, Bayern, and Harland convened in a low-key diner a few blocks from the Lighthouse Cafe, hoping to avoid the more familiar crowd. In a corner booth, over mugs of lukewarm coffee, they laid out the new evidence. "So here's the choice," Byrne said. "We can ask Gonzalez and her department to organize a police dive team, though that'll take days of red tape and the cult might sabotage it. Or we do this ourselves, quietly. Hire a private boat, get diving gear, and search for the wreck." Harland looked uneasy. "I've done marine archaeology, but it's typically a slow, methodical process with a full crew. A rushed expedition in treacherous waters is dangerous." Cassia pressed her palms together, wrestling with the risk. "I know, but if we wait, we risk losing everything. The cult might sink the wreck deeper or remove the cargo first. Or worse, they might ambush us on the water. Still, secrecy might be our only advantage." They exchanged glances. None of them relished the idea of confronting the cult at sea. Yet the tide was turning. The map was real. The cargo might be real too. If they wanted to protect history from a group willing to kill, they had to act. A decision crystallized between them, unspoken but unanimous. A small, swift operation might give them the edge. Dr. Harland volunteered to source essential diving equipment. Cassia would gather the relevant charts and cross-reference the newly translated parchment with Eliza's library notes, what remained of them after the break-in. Byrne would arrange a boat, likely from one of the local fishermen he'd come to trust, if any. They parted from the diner under a shared sense of urgency. Cassia planned to check in with Eliza, while Byrne would meet with a gruff fisherman named Grayling, who had discovered the wreck debris days earlier. Meanwhile, Harland hopped into a rental car to drive to a nearby university's marine center, hoping to borrow or rent diving gear under some pretext of academic research. Time was short. Every hour that passed felt like an invitation for the cult to strike again. 11th. A fateful warning. That evening, Cassia stood outside the Westvale Public Library. A faint smell of ash lingered from the break-in. One shelf had been scorched, either by a small fire or a candle. Eliza Marlowe met her at the locked doors. "We're closed for repairs," the librarian said quietly, leading her into the dim interior. "But come in." Eliza had tried to tidy the archives, yet boxes of documents lay stacked haphazardly. "They took so many of the runic references," she said, voice thick with frustration. "I salvaged what I could." Cassia explained their plan to locate the wreck. Eliza listened, face pale. "They'll come for you," she whispered. "If that cult learns you're going after the cargo, they won't stop." Cassia set a gentle hand on the librarian's arm. "We have to do this, Eliza. For Avery Collins. He deserves justice. And for everyone who's been threatened or attacked. We can't let them bury the truth." Eliza nodded shakily. "You're braver than I am. Here," she said, handing over a carefully folded sheaf of notes. "It's all I have left on the partial codes. Maybe it'll help you interpret any inscriptions you find on the wreck." Cassia thanked her, then turned to leave. As she reached the door, Eliza called her name softly. "Cassia, be careful. The sea can be merciless, even without fanatics chasing you." Cassia paused, heart heavy. "I will. Thank you for everything." 12th. Gathering allies. Meanwhile, Byrne found fisherman Grayling mending nets near the docks. The man was a seasoned figure, his lined face showing a lifetime of wrestling with the sea. At first, he eyed Byrne with suspicion, but when the detective mentioned the rumored wreck and offered a handsome fee, Grayling's caution turned to guarded interest. "You want me to take you out to Maiden's Desolation? That's no place for amateurs," Grayling muttered, spitting over the side of the dock. "Currents can smash a boat to bits on those rocks." Byron stood firm. "We'll time the tides carefully. We have some knowledge of the area and diving equipment." Grayling scratched his stubbly chin. I don't fancy a funeral on my boat. But maybe. When do you want to go?" Byrne answered, "Tomorrow night, on the ebb tide. Less chance of dangerous swells." He felt a pang of doubt, but they had no better option. Grayling shrugged. "Fine. But double your offer if we have to stay out there overnight or fight a storm. And if I see any sign this is some fool's errand, we're turning back. Understood?" Byrne nodded, relief and anxiety mingling. "Deal." 13. Unseen Observers. That same night, Dr. Harland returned from his trip to the Marine Center, trunk loaded with borrowed scuba tanks, wetsuits, and portable underwater lights. He stashed them in a locked storage shed behind Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house. Exhausted, he trudged up to his room, only to notice a slip of paper wedged under the door. He froze, every hair on his neck standing up. Slowly, he picked up the note. On it, in neat handwriting, "Turn back, Professor. The deep must keep its secrets. The wave claims all who trespass." At the bottom, that same wave serpent symbol. Harlan's hand shook. They'd tracked him, even to the Marine Center. There was no escaping the cult's watchful eyes. Swallowing his fear, he pocketed the note. The day of reckoning was near. He could feel it. 14th Nightfall Decisions. Back inside the boarding house, Cassia, Byrne, and Harland assembled in the dimly lit sitting room. Mrs. Sweeney had retreated to her apartment, leaving them privacy. The paraphernalia of their plan, maps, diving gear checklists, survival kits, lay strewn across the coffee table. "Grayling's agreed to take us," Byrne reported. "We leave tomorrow evening, around 6. The tide will be in our favor around 8 or 9. Harlan nodded, but his voice wavered. "I received another threat. They know we're going out there." Cassia rubbed her temples. "We can't back down. If we do, more lives might be lost. These people have no qualms about killing." Byrne's gaze shifted to the iron casket's opened contents, which they had rewrapped and stowed in his locked suitcase for now. "We'll bring the map, the medallion, and any notes we need to interpret what we find on the wreck. The rest we leave behind for safekeeping. No sense risking everything at sea." Cassia placed a hand gently on the detective's forearm. "Rowan, you know this could be a trap. The cult might be waiting at the reefs." He met her eyes, determination etched in his features. "It might be, but we'll be as prepared as possible." A thick silence settled over them. In the adjacent hallway, a clock chimed 10. Outside, rain began to patter lightly, tapping against the windows like a cautionary whisper. Each of them felt the weight of the choice they'd made, to embark on a perilous quest into dangerous waters, with violent fanatics lurking in the shadows. 15. The eve of the voyage. They decided to retire early, each wanting a few hours of rest before the fateful expedition. Byrne escorted Cassia to her motel, scanning the foggy streets for any sign of pursuit. Dr. Harland locked himself in his room, triple-checking the diving gear. The storm clouds had blown back in, and a restless wind moaned through the eaves. In the hush of her motel room, Cassia placed her hand over the worn leather notebook once belonging to Finch's grandfather, thinking of all the strange events that had led them here. A stolen key, a hidden crypt, a murdered fisherman, a secret cult chanting in the dark. Her academic drive to uncover historical truths was now bound up with life and death stakes. She felt both exhilaration and dread. She glanced at her phone, considered calling her family just to hear a familiar voice. But what would she say? That she might be sailing into lethal waters in search of a centuries-old phantom cargo rumored to be cursed? Instead, she set the phone aside, crawling under the covers in hopes of a few hours' sleep. But sleep came fitfully. In the murk between waking and dreaming, she saw fleeting visions. Captain Hawksmoor's ship battered by waves, an ominous cargo clutched in its hold, robed figures chanting on the deck. The wave serpent symbol burned in her mind, coiled in endless repetition. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were restless and choked with fog. 16. Dawn approaches. Night wore on, the wind intensifying into sporadic gusts. Rain tapped an irregular rhythm across the rooftops of Westvale. In a dark corner of town, the hooded cult members convened in a small, candlelit warehouse, a hidden meeting place since the events at St. Felix Chapel's crypt. Their leader, a tall figure with a resonant voice, intoned a final warning. They plan to retrieve the cursed cargo. We must not allow it. At dusk, we sail as well. We carry the vow of the deep. The wave shall claim them if they trespass. A chorus of quiet affirmation echoed among them, the candle flames dancing in the moist air. Preparations were underway. Small crafts, men in slickers, a sure knowledge of the reefs that few outsiders possessed. The cult's mission was clear: bar the interlopers from raising Hawksmoor's cargo at any cost. Thus, two forces readied for a showdown in the watery domain where the crestfallen had met its doom. By morning, the final steps toward that confrontation would be set in motion, each side determined to bend fate to its will. Looking ahead. Our protagonists have opened the iron casket, revealing long-hidden documents and a partial map that seemingly confirms the location of Hawksmoor's legendary cargo on a perilous stretch of reef. Determined to prevent further bloodshed, they plan a covert expedition at sea, armed with diving gear and guided by a local fisherman. Unbeknownst to them, the cult also prepares to intercept them, believing the cargo must never see the light of day. In Episode 5, the fog-shrouded waters become a battleground. Tensions reach a breaking point, alliances are tested, and the ocean itself proves a formidable foe. Who will claim Hawksmoor's lost treasure or destroy it? And what dark secrets will surface from the depths? Stay tuned. Episode 5. Peril on Maiden's Desolation. 1. The Edge of Dusk. A red sun bled across the sky as evening fell over Westvale. The stormy clouds of the previous days were now torn and scattered, leaving streaks of crimson and gold along the horizon. Detective Rowan Byrne, Cassia Morell, and Dr. Sebastian Harland gathered near the docks, each dressed for the treacherous task ahead. Harland clutched a duffel of scuba gear, while Cassia carried a waterproof bag containing the delicate relics from the iron casket, parchments, the gold medallion, and hastily compiled notes from the library's archives. It was the evening they had chosen for their covert expedition to Maiden's Desolation, the notorious stretch of reefs rumored to be Captain Hawksmoor's final resting place. Under dying sunlight, they made a final check of supplies, hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. Nearby, fisherman Grayling stood on his boat, the Sea Spirit, a stout vessel with peeling paint and sturdy lines. He waved them aboard with a gruff nod, the briny breeze ruffling his coarse grey hair. "All gear loaded?" Grayling asked, scanning the small group. We head out soon, or we don't head out at all. Tide's changing. Byrne gave a tense nod. We're set. Let's go. High overhead, seagulls circled and cried, as if sensing the tension that clung to the group. The cult was out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. If any watchers lingered on shore, they hid well among the swirling fog that was already gathering at the water's edge. 2. Slip into the waves. The sea spirit chugged away from the pier, leaving Westvale's lights behind. Cassia leaned against the side railing, the salt spray biting at her cheeks as they picked up speed. Dr. Harland, wrestling with a mild case of seasickness, took a seat on a bolted-down cooler. Byrne kept watch near the bow, scanning the gloom. The ocean was restless, but not violent. Long swells gently lifted and lowered the boat. The faint glow of the setting sun glimmered on the black water. Off to starboard, they glimpsed the shadowed cliffs where St. Felix Chapel crouched, its ruined silhouette barely visible in the waning light. Grayling consulted a handheld GPS device and a battered old chart. We've got maybe 3 hours till slack tide at the reefs. After that, currents get dicey. Cassia stepped over, comparing his chart with the partial map gleaned from Hawksmoor's documents. The coordinates converge near a jagged outcrop here, she murmured, tracing a spot on the weathered paper. If the legends are true, the Crestfallen might have sunk just north of that outcrop. Or it sank nowhere near it, and we're all fools, Grayling muttered darkly. Harland looked up, swallowing his queasiness. We'll see soon enough. If there's wreckage, I should be able to confirm its era, assuming the sea hasn't claimed it entirely. A hush settled over them as the boat pressed on into the growing night. Behind them, Westvale shrank into a faint glow of lights. Ahead, the open ocean spread like a dark tapestry, broken only by ghostly lines of foam where waves met hidden rocks. 3. Glimmer of hope, flicker of fear. Time passed in tense quiet. The sky faded to deeper navy, and a half-moon rose through a bank of shredded clouds. Occasionally, Grayling cut the boat's engine to listen. Just the slap of water against the hull, the creak of wood, and the sigh of wind. Cassia hovered near Byrne, absently fingering the gold medallion through the waterproof bag slung across her body. "Rowan," she whispered, "do you think we're doing the right thing?" He nodded slowly, eyes never leaving the horizon. If we can recover real evidence, treasure, relics, or even just proof the cargo is something more dangerous, then we can expose the cult's motives and end this. Harlan joined them, speaking softly. Let's be ready for trouble. That cult knows we're out here. The swirl of tensions, both external threats and internal doubts, churned in Cassia's mind. In the gloom, her thoughts drifted to Avery Collins, the unfortunate fisherman murdered by this wave serpent order. She couldn't let them claim more lives. Grayling restarted the engine, guiding them onward. A faint glimmer on the horizon marked the last of the daylight. Night claimed the sea, leaving the boat's small running lights and the moon as their only guides. 4. Shadows at sea. Around an hour later, the boat approached the region known as Maiden's Desolation. Cassia peered over the side, seeing dark shapes of jagged reefs protruding above the water like rows of broken teeth. Waves foamed around them in swirling eddies. "We're close," Grayling announced, throttling down to a near idle. "Depth here is around 50 feet at slack tide, but it can drop off fast beyond the reef." Harlan donned a headlamp and read the coordinates from his phone. "A bit more to port," he said, voice jittery with excitement. "We'll anchor in the lee of that rock formation. Then, once we confirm the site, I'll dive." Cassia and Byrne exchanged a tense glance. Harland was the only one with real underwater archaeology experience, but both intended to suit up. Byrne, for his part, had basic diving certification from years ago. Cassia had done some recreational dives, though never in such perilous waters. The boat maneuvered carefully among swirling eddies. In the faint moonlight, Cassia glimpsed shapes that might be timbers or just illusions of shifting water. The reefs loomed, black on black, occasionally shining with phosphorescent algae. Suddenly, Grayling cursed under his breath. "Lights off the port bow," he hissed, pointing. Through the gloom, a smaller vessel's silhouette emerged, dark, low to the water, no running lights. It drifted about 100 yards away, barely visible. Another boat? Or the cult's watchers? Byron turned off the Sea Spirit's deck lights, plunging them into near darkness. The hum of the distant boat's motor drifted over the waves. After a few moments, the silhouette vanished behind the rocky outcrop. "They're out here," Cassia whispered, heart hammering. "That has to be them." Harlan nodded, swallowing hard. "We'd better move fast." Grayling deftly dropped anchor in a relatively sheltered spot. The boat bobbed gently, scraping a swirl of kelp. If they lingered too long, the changing tide or the cult's arrival might trap them. 5. Into the depths. On the deck, Harland and Barn carefully donned the scuba gear. Cassia zipped herself into a wetsuit, tension roaring in her ears. She double-checked her air gauge and weight belt. The night air bit her cheeks, but soon she'd be submerged in the cold Atlantic water, searching for a centuries-old wreck that might hold answers, or curses. Grayling set out a spool of guide rope, hooking one end to a buoy. "Tie yourselves off. The currents here can be tricky, even at slack tide. If you lose that rope, you could drift." Byron tested his regulator, then looked at Cassia. "Ready?" She nodded, forcing her fear down. "Let's do it." Harland led the descent. One by one, they stepped off the Sea Spirit's stern ladder into the bracing sea. The cold struck Cassia even through her wetsuit, and it took a moment to catch her breath. Then she pressed the regulator mouthpiece between her lips, sank beneath the surface, and the world above vanished. Moonlight filtered weakly through the water, which was murky with suspended sand. Their flashlights pierced the gloom in narrow beams. Fish darted by, startled. Kelp swayed in a ghostly dance. Cassia clutched the rope. Beside her, Byron's light swept across rocky outcroppings. Harlan took point, scanning the seabed for any sign of man-made objects. Their exhaled bubbles rose in silver streams, echoing in the watery hush. Minutes ticked by in eerie quiet. Then Harlan pointed excitedly at something ahead, a cluster of waterlogged timbers protruding from the sandy bottom, half buried in silt. Could this be the crestfallen's remains? 6. Wreckage found. Adrenaline surged through Cassia. She swam closer, shining her flashlight on the decaying wood. It was thick planking, bound by hand-forged iron nails. Harland motioned for them to fan out, searching for more structure. Indeed, more timbers emerged from the sand, forming a partial outline of a hull. Barnacles clung to every surface. A large section of the ship's frame lay collapsed, possibly broken by storms or the movement of the reef. "We actually found it," Cassia thought in awe. Hawksmoor's vessel, lost for centuries, lay in fragments beneath these treacherous waters. Harland waved them over to a spot where a piece of rusted metal jutted up, possibly a cannon or anchor. Carefully, he brushed away silt, revealing a muzzle shape, an old cannon. They exchanged triumphant looks. This was indeed an 18th century wreck, and likely the crestfallen. Barnes' flashlight caught a glimpse of something else, a scattering of crates or chests, battered and half buried. With cautious fin movements, he approached. Cassia followed, heart pounding. Could one of those crates hold the rumored cargo? They hovered over the largest crate. Its wood was blackened by centuries of decay, the lid partially split open. Through a gap, Cassia spotted something metallic, glinting faintly in the flashlight beam. She signaled for Harland, who joined them with a waterproof camera. He started to document the find, snapping photos as best he could in the swirling water. Then he carefully inserted a hand through the crack in the crate's lid. Slowly, he pulled out a small, corroded metal object. some sort of figurine or perhaps a metallic cylinder. A swirl of fine silt clouded their vision. Cassia tried to see what he had, but the sediment obscured everything. She glimpsed only a strange, twisted shape in Harlan's gloved hand. In that moment, an odd hush fell, and a sense of dread prickled at her. The water felt colder. What if the cargo was truly something cursed? She forced the thought aside. They needed more evidence, perhaps a second crate or sign of Hawksmoor's personal effects. Harlan carefully placed the object back inside the chest. We'll need a safer way to remove and preserve these, his hand gestures implied. We can't do it haphazardly. But time was not on their side. A dull vibration seemed to ripple through the water. Was it an engine above? Another boat? 7. Danger overhead. A sharp tug on the guide rope jerked their attention upward. Barn pointed his flashlight to the surface. Someone was yanking the line, Grayling's signal for trouble. Cassia's heart pounded. The cult's vessel must have arrived. She gestured to Harlan and Barn. We have to surface now. Harlan snapped a few more photos, then signaled compliance. Together, they ascended slowly, mindful of decompression. The water felt increasingly claustrophobic, as though the darkness itself pressed in. Upon breaking the surface, they heard raised voices. Grayling leaned over the side, yanking the rope. Get up here. Quick! Another boat's anchored off our starboard side. They're armed. The three divers scrambled onto the Sea Spirit, water streaming from their wetsuits. Cassia tore off her mask, gulping fresh air. Bayern quickly scanned the darkness. A smaller craft bobbed about 50 feet away, a spotlight trained on them. Figures in dark slickers stood in the boat, rifles or shotguns clutched in hand. A commanding voice carried over the water. Leave this place. The cargo must remain buried. You've been warned. Cassia recognized the wave serpent insignia on a patch of one figure's slicker, visible in the glare of the spotlight. The cult had arrived. 8. Standoff at sea. The cult's boat inched closer, engines murmuring. Grayling cursed, gripping the Sea Spirit's wheel. They so much as raise a gun. I'm ramming 'em. Bayern held up both hands in a calming gesture. We don't want bloodshed, he shouted. One cultist, hood partially obscuring his face, barked back, Then leave now. Our vow forbids any interference with the sunken cargo. Harland, breath still ragged from the dive, stood with arms raised as well. You've already killed once. We won't let you do it again. A second cultist aimed a rifle. Blasphemers! The cargo is cursed. Must we demonstrate further? Before anyone could reply, a third cultist reached under the boat's bench, hauling out a small object that glinted in the moonlight, a metal sphere, possibly an improvised explosive or flare device. Alarm jolted through Cassia. They were prepared to sabotage the wreck or sink the boat. Rowan, Cassia hissed, eyes locked on the sphere. We can't let them detonate anything down there. Bayern tensed, weighing his options. Attack the cult's boat? Flee? Meanwhile, Grayling started the Sea Spirit's engine, which rumbled ominously. You have until I count to 3, the lead cultist declared, voice dripping with threat. 1, 2, 9, bursting into conflict. Desperation seized Bayern. He lunged for the nearest deck cleat, untying the anchor line, while Grayling slammed the throttle. The Sea Spirit roared forward in a tight arc, throwing Cassia and Harland off balance. The cult's boat tried to swerve, but the Sea Spirit's prow sideswiped it with a jarring crash. Shouts erupted. The cult's boat rocked violently. The man holding the metal sphere lost his grip, and it tumbled into the water with a splash. Cassia ducked, bracing for an explosion, but only a muffled thud echoed below, some device going off underwater, sending up a plume of churned water and foam. Gunshots rang out, bullets zipping overhead. Harlan dropped to the deck. Byrne yelled for everyone to get down. Grayling veered starboard, trying to put distance between them and the cult's boat. The two vessels circled, engines roaring in the dark, beams of flashlights cutting across waves. A stray bullet punched through the sea spirit's hull near the stern, sending up splinters. Water started seeping in. Cassia scrambled for the emergency pump, adrenaline surging. This was madness. A pitched battle at night among the reefs, with lethal stakes. 10. Between the rocks. The sea spirit's engine sputtered, then caught again. Grayling cursed. Taking damage. We can't outrun them in these reefs. Byron spotted a narrow passage in the black outlines of rock. Thread us through there. Maybe they won't risk pursuit. Grayling hesitated, but with the cult's boat angling for another attack, he gunned the throttle. The sea spirit skimmed perilously close to jagged stone, the hull scraping with a shriek. Cassia clung to the railing, heart in her throat. Water was pooling around her ankles now, though the pump was fighting to keep up. Behind them, the cult's spotlight flickered over the rocks, searching for a gap. They paused, apparently uncertain whether to follow into that hazardous corridor. But then the smaller boat advanced, determined. Harlan shouted, "They're still coming!" In the narrow pass, swirling currents jostled both boats. The cult's driver miscalculated, smashing the boat's side against a partially submerged reef. The vessel lurched, men stumbling. For a moment, it looked as though the cult's boat might capsize or retreat, but they corrected course, forging on, though more slowly. "That's our chance," Byron hissed. "If we can slip out the other side, we might lose them." 11th. A relic, torn from the sea. Grayling navigated the narrow channel with white-knuckled concentration. Waves crashed over the rocks on either side, spraying the deck. In the swirling foam behind them, the cult's boat fell back a few dozen yards, but Cassia could still see their silhouettes moving about, weapons in hand. Out of the corner of her eye, Cassia spotted something bobbing in the water, a piece of wreckage or debris, perhaps blasted loose when the cult dropped their explosive. As the sea spirit rocked, the chunk of driftwood thumped against the hull, revealing an oddly shaped container lashed to it by some ancient rope, maybe part of the crestfallen's cargo. Heart leaping, Cassia reached down with a boat hook, snaring the container. She hauled it on board, an old wooden chest, no larger than a shoebox, heavily encrusted with barnacles. The rope was rotted, but the chest was intact enough to hold something. "What is that?" Harlan shouted over the roar of surf. "Not sure," Cassia yelled back. "Could be part of the cargo. Help me!" They wrested the barnacle-encrusted chest free, setting it on the deck. Salt water drained from its seams. It was locked, but corroded to the point that a pry bar might open it. Byrne, glancing over, realized the significance. They had salvaged a new clue, maybe a critical piece of the puzzle, but the cult's boat was still out there, closing in. "Hang on to it," he ordered. "We'll deal with it once we're safe." 12. Breaking free. At last, the sea spirit cleared the rocky channel into a more open patch of water. Grayling aimed the boat toward a faint gap in the reef, engine straining. Behind them, the cult's boat hesitated at the exit. The swirling water churned, and a large wave smashed the smaller craft sideways, forcing them to fight for control. "This is our shot," Byrne said, clambering up to the helm. "We'll circle wide and make for open sea, then turn back to Westvale around the outer reef. They can't match us in deeper water if they're banged up." Grayling, sweat beading on his brow, nodded. "Brace yourselves. Could be rough out there." Cassia and Harlan secured gear and braced against the cabin. The boat pitched on larger swells as they fled the reef zone. The robed cultists' voices and lights receded behind them, overshadowed by the roar of the ocean. Then, as suddenly as it began, the confrontation subsided. The cult's boat dropped out of sight in the labyrinth of rocks, perhaps too damaged to continue pursuit or regrouping for another attempt. Either way, the sea spirit sped into the open water, battered but afloat. Cassia's limbs trembled with adrenaline. Harland helped her patch the bullet hole using sealant from a repair kit. The pump gradually reduced the flooding. Only once they were confident the boat wasn't sinking did Byrne allow a shuddering exhale. "We made it out," he rasped, still scanning the darkness for any sign of the cult. 13. A grim revelation. "Let's see what you found," Byrne said to Cassia, nodding at the barnacle-crusted chest they'd hauled aboard. She pried at the lock with a short crowbar. The rusted latch snapped after minimal pressure. Slowly, she lifted the lid. A pungent odor of decayed sea life wafted out. Cassia's stomach turned, but curiosity overcame revulsion. Inside lay a cluster of sodden rags that might have once been cloth or parchment. Embedded within was a small metal apparatus, an intricate puzzle box of sorts, no larger than a hand, etched with faint runic designs. Harland reached over, carefully lifting the puzzle box from the chest. Even corroded, it had an undeniable craftsmanship. Delicate, swirling lines reminiscent of waves, the same wave serpent crest repeated around the edges. A recessed cavity on one side suggested it might open, if one knew how. "That symbol again," he breathed. "Could this be part of the cargo? Some sort of container or mechanism?" Cassia gently probed the sodden rags underneath, but they disintegrated at her touch. She found only fragments of wax, maybe from a seal or candle, and a brittle piece of wood that might have formed an interior divider. Byrne knelt beside them, shining a flashlight. If the cargo contained several relics, some supernatural or contraband, this could be one, or it's a clue about how to open the rest. Dr. Harland frowned, turning the puzzle box over in his hands. "It seems locked or jammed by corrosion. We'll need more time to examine it properly, and specialized tools again, like Belmont's." A strange unease crept over Cassia as she stared at the box's wave serpent emblem. Something about it felt wrong. The memory of that ominous feeling underwater returned. Is this what the cult fears? 14. A hard decision. Grayling guided the sea spirit far out to sea before looping back around the reef system, giving Maiden's desolation a wide berth. Exhaustion weighed on everyone. The night was nearly spent, and the first hints of dawn began to silver the horizon. Cassia collapsed onto a bench near the helm, the puzzle box cradled in a towel. Byrne sat beside her, letting the ocean wind tug at his hair. "We have enough for a partial triumph," he said softly. "We confirmed the wreck, documented it with photos, even recovered an artifact. That's evidence no one can deny." Cassia nodded. "Yes, but the cult is still out there, and they're willing to kill. We barely escaped." Harlan joined them, setting aside his drenched wetsuit. "And the cargo is likely scattered along the seabed. If there's more of these puzzle boxes or relics, they could remain hidden for centuries, or the cult might retrieve them before we can." A bitter realization settled over them. Even with tangible proof, the situation was far from resolved. They had one artifact, but the cult had most of the site under their watch. Byrne exhaled. "Let's get back to Westvale in one piece. Then we decide how to proceed. Maybe we involve higher authorities, marine archaeological societies, the Coast Guard. This is no longer just a quiet investigation." Grayling nodded from the helm. "We'll make port in a couple hours if the engine holds. Might be near sunrise." And so, battered by the night's chaos, they trudged on across the open sea, heads filled with unanswered questions. 15th Dawn Return. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as the Sea Spirit pulled into Westvale's harbour. Its golden rays lit the battered hull, revealing bullet holes, scratches, and fresh scrapes from the reefs. The boat bobbed wearily, as though relieved to be home. A few early risers along the dock gaped at the sorry sight. Grayling hopped onto the pier to tie off, ignoring their stares. "I need to fix my boat," he muttered. "And maybe my nerves." Byrne clapped him on the shoulder. "We owe you a lot. I'll make sure you're compensated." The fisherman only grunted, though his expression softened slightly. Glad to be back alive. Just watch yourselves. Cassia, Bayern, and Harland offloaded their gear, along with the puzzle box. All three were soaked, bruised, and exhausted. Officer Gonzalez, summoned by a quick phone call, arrived a few minutes later, eyebrows shooting up at the sight of the damaged boat. "What the hell happened out there?" she asked, eyes flicking to the bullet holes. Bayern sighed. "We ran into the cult. They opened fire." Gonzalez paled. "Anyone hurt?" "Shaken up, but no major injuries," Cassia answered. She hesitated, holding up the puzzle box. "We recovered something from the wreck. It might be crucial evidence." Gonzalez scanned the artifact with wary curiosity. "You'd better tell me everything. Let's get you folks somewhere safe." 16. A safe harbor. They relocated to the police station, ironically the same small building Bayern had first visited not long ago. Inside an unused conference room, they spread out the puzzle box, the partially deciphered sea-worn documents, and the new photos Harland had taken underwater. Gonzalez listened in tense silence as they recounted the confrontation at sea. Her expression darkened when they described the explosives and gunfire. "We're dealing with an armed sect, bigger than I thought. They must be rooted in these waters for years, if not generations." Byrne concurred. "We have to suspect infiltration. They knew exactly where we'd be, and they were ready for violence." Gonzalez glanced at the bullet-riddled diving equipment bag. "I'll alert the regional authorities, maybe the Coast Guard, but I fear that might tip off the cult. Still, I can't keep this off the record any longer. A shootout at sea is no small matter." Harland rubbed his eyes. "We'll likely need a formal salvage claim to recover the wreck properly. Do things by the book. But that takes time." Cassia stared at the puzzle box on the conference table, fatigue pressing down on her. "And time is exactly what we don't have." 17. Unraveling the box. Despite exhaustion, they felt compelled to examine the puzzle box that very morning. Gonzalez offered to guard the conference room door while Bayern, Cassia, and Harland attempted to open it, if possible. Like the iron casket before it, the puzzle box appeared to have a hidden mechanism. Rust sealed some seams, but Cassia used a soft brush to clear barnacles and sand. Harland carefully turned a small etched wheel on one side, hearing a faint click. They discovered 4 rotating discs, each engraved with runic symbols. The discs could be aligned or misaligned. Possibly a code was required. "Let's see," Byrne murmured, flipping through the notes. "The runes we deciphered from the casket. We had references to a sunken cradle bound by 2 keys and the wave serpent crest. Maybe these discs correspond to those runes." Cassia cross-referenced Eliza's partial translations. "There's a phrase that keeps showing up. Cora Fidelis, or Cora's faithful. Another part references the symbol for deep tide. Might those runes form the correct combination?" They tried different alignments, mindful not to force the corroded pieces. At one point, Harland aligned the discs to mirror the wave serpent shape. Nothing. Then Cassia rotated them to form an older runic phrase she recognized from the diaries. C-O-R-A. Again, no effect. Finally, Bayern recalled the partial vow from the casket's parchment, "Our bond in the depths." He found matching runes for bond, depth, serpent, sea. Carefully, they aligned the discs. A faint internal click sounded. With trembling fingers, Harland pressed the top panel. Slowly, it slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a small metallic disc inscribed with more runic text, some kind of seal, and a fragment of parchment wrapped around it. 18th, a dire prophecy. Unfolding the parchment, Cassia read the trembling lines of archaic script aloud. "By the vow of the deep we stand. The serpent devours those who break the tide's command. In darkest watery crypt lies the cargo sealed, that never man nor time shall see it revealed. Lest doom befall the living world, the wave shall judge all who disturb the Black Pearl Hoard. Black Pearl Hoard? Cassia glanced up, eyebrows knit in confusion. A curse or prophecy that implied the cargo contained black pearls, or something metaphorically described that way. Harlan stared at the text, face ashen. If these lines are to be believed, the cargo might hold objects or pearls said to bring doom. Whether that's superstition or something else, the cult's beliefs are unwavering. They truly think releasing it will unleash catastrophe. Burns' hand went to his temple, massaging away a headache. So that's the core of their motive. Fear that the cargo's discovery will unleash a curse. Or maybe they use that story to cloak some criminal scheme. Either way, they'll kill to keep it hidden. Gonzalez, who had quietly re-entered the room, exhaled sharply. This is beyond normal policing. We have a potential religious or cult-based extremism fueled by superstition. I can request backup from the state or federal level, but we're dealing with a multi-layered situation. Illegal arms, possible murder, marine salvage laws, and an old legend. Cassia placed the puzzle box's seal and the parchment carefully aside. We need to figure out if there's any truth to this so-called doom, or if it's purely myth. Harlan nodded. Pearls do appear in maritime lore as cursed or haunted, but it might be a metaphor for precious items from the East Indies, some contraband that's dangerous or toxic, or even something more bizarre. No one had a ready answer. The morning sun glowed through the station's windows, painting the battered group in gold light. They had come far, risked life and limb, and still the solution lay out of reach. Was the cargo truly a threat to humanity, or was it simply valuable contraband locked behind centuries of myth? 19th. An oath renewed. Officer Gonzalez rubbed tired eyes. I'll speak to my superior and give them a sanitized version. Armed group, historical wreck, possible contraband. We'll likely get the Coast Guard's help. But there's a risk the cult will vanish or ramp up violence. Byrne packed away the puzzle box contents, then turned to Cassia and Harland. We keep digging. The next step might be to rally more experts, archaeologists, historians, maybe the local museum's curator, Graham Ellison. If we can show them this puzzle box and the casket relics, they'll have to believe us. And if we can identify what the black pearls or cargo truly are, that might sway public opinion and push the authorities to take the cult threat seriously. Cassia straightened. I'll head to the museum this afternoon, see if Ellison can help with the deciphering of the seal. Harland, maybe you can find a safe place to store these artifacts. Harlan nodded, exhaustion etching lines into his face. Agreed. We can't risk leaving them in the open. Gonzalez guided them out, telling them to remain on guard. The cult had retreated for now, but no one believed the threat was gone. Outside, the day was bright, the sky scattered with puffy clouds, as though the violent confrontation at sea belonged to another world. But the ache in Cassia's muscles and the bullet holes in the sea spirit's hull were grim reminders that the darkness lingered just beneath the surface. 20. Gathering storm. After a few hours of tense rest, each member of the group set out on their assigned tasks. Harlan called his contacts at a nearby university, hoping to secure a safe storage facility for the puzzle box. Burns stuck close to the police station, drafting statements and fielding calls about the sea incident. Cassia walked to the Westvale Maritime Museum, the puzzle box's metallic seal carefully stowed in a padded envelope. The museum's main gallery looked deserted, echoes of footsteps on hardwood floors. At last, she found Graham Ellison, the elderly curator, leaning over a glass display case, rearranging artifacts. When Cassia explained the basics of their discovery, Ellison's eyes widened. She carefully revealed the puzzle box's seal. He gasped. This wave serpent crest, with runic script. I've heard rumors of it connected to obscure maritime cults. May I see it closer? He donned gloves and peered at it under a magnifying lamp. The script is reminiscent of a syncretic language, partly old Nordic runes, partly alchemical. There's a mention of a pearl that swallows souls in one obscure text I read years ago. Could that be the Black Pearl Hoard mentioned in your document? Cassia's pulse quickened. So you think this might reference real objects, black pearls rumored to be cursed? Ellison nodded, voice hushed. Yes. According to legend, these pearls came from an exotic land. Mariners who possessed them often met tragic ends. Some scholars called them the Devil's Pearls. If Captain Hawksmoor was transporting them, he trailed off, meeting Cassia's eyes with alarm. It could be highly valuable contraband, or something more sinister that believers interpret as cursed. Either way, it's a potent legend fueling dangerous fanaticism. Cassia thanked him for his expertise, carefully wrapping the seal again. A renewed sense of dread tugged at her. If these black pearls were real, could they pose an actual threat? Something poisonous, radioactive, or just so culturally significant that entire cults formed to safeguard them? 21st. A sudden twist. Stepping out of the museum, Cassia found Byron waiting. He'd left the police station, wanting to check on her. His expression was grim. I just got off the phone with Dr. Harland, he said softly. He was heading to that safe storage facility at the university. On the way, he noticed he was being followed. Then his call cut out. I've tried calling back, but no response. Fear seized Cassia. You think the cult ambushed him? Could be. Officer Gonzalez has put out a notice to patrol the roads between here and the university. But it's a wide area. He's vulnerable out there. Cassia clenched her fists, panic threatening to overwhelm her. Dr. Harland had become integral to their quest, and he was their friend. If the cult took him, they might coerce him into revealing the puzzle box's secrets or the location of the casket relics. Byron placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. We'll find him. I promise. Overhead, dark clouds gathered again, blotting out the late afternoon sun. The wind picked up, rattling shop signs. An incoming storm from the sea. Cassia felt a surge of foreboding. Harland was missing. The cult was still active, and if they believed the group had threatened their sacred vow, they might go to any lengths to silence them. Meanwhile, the revelation about black pearls, reputedly cursed or otherwise, hovered like a dark omen. In that moment, Cassia realized they were fast approaching the climax of this centuries-old mystery. The final confrontation loomed, and the waves of fate were crashing down. What lies ahead? Our protagonists have narrowly escaped a violent clash at sea, bringing back concrete proof of the crestfallen's existence and an eerie puzzle box hinting at black pearls with a fearsome legend. Yet the cult remains at large, armed and watchful. As they scramble to involve more authorities, Dr. Harland disappears under suspicious circumstances. In the coming episode 6, the search for Harland will drive the tension higher, leading Cassia and Byron into dangerous territory. Hard choices, betrayal, and shocking truths about Hawksmoor's cargo will surface, pushing them all to the brink. The waves of Westvale's coast are growing dark indeed, and a storm is on the horizon that may change everything. Stay tuned. Episode 6, Into the Heart of Darkness. 1. The Gathering Storm. A low rumble of thunder trembled across Westvale's horizon, matching the knot of anxiety in Cassia Morell's chest. She stood outside the local police station with Detective Rowan Byron, each of them on edge. Dr. Sebastian Harland's abrupt disappearance had left them reeling. He'd been en route to a nearby university, transporting the newly recovered relics for safe storage, when he realized a suspicious vehicle was following him. Then his call cut out. No word since. Officer Hannah Gonzalez emerged from the station's front doors, her expression grim. "We've put out a BOLO on Dr. Harlan's car," she announced. "Road patrols are scanning highways, but there's no sign of him yet." Cassia tightened her fists at her sides, heart pounding. He was carrying the puzzle box, wasn't he? Byron nodded, jaw set. Yes. The same artifact we pulled from the Crestfallen's driftwood chest. If the cult wanted it, they'd go after him. Gonzalez exhaled sharply, stepping closer so no one could overhear. "We also have a lead on a suspicious van leaving Westvale earlier today, headed north. Witnesses say a hooded person was driving. No plates. Another dead end." Rain began to spatter the pavement, each drop cold against Cassia's skin. She recalled the chanting robed figures in St. Felix Chapel's crypt and the gunfire at sea. Now one of her closest allies was likely in their clutches. "We have to find him," she said, voice shaking with urgency. Byron placed a hand on her shoulder. "We will. I've got a friend in the state police analyzing cell tower pings from Harlan's phone. It's not official, but it might give us a direction." Officer Gonzalez nodded. "I'll do what I can, but resources are limited. If they've taken him someplace remote, we'll be scrambling in the dark." A clap of thunder echoed overhead, followed by a flash of lightning. The storm had arrived, and with it a sense of impending confrontation. Cassia swallowed hard. "Harlan, please hold on." 2. Secrets in the storm. They hurried inside the station's small lobby, where they found a haggard Mr. Finch waiting on a bench. The antiques dealer fiddled nervously with his hat. "Detective Byrne, Miss Morell, I came as soon as I heard Dr. Harlan was missing," he stammered, rising to meet them. "Dreadful business." Cassia managed a faint smile of greeting. "Thank you, Mr. Finch. Is there something we should know?" Finch swallowed. "I've remembered more about my grandfather's notes. You see, he wrote about the Order of the Deep Tide, the group that once guarded Hawksmoor's relics. He suspected they had an old meeting site on the outskirts, near the abandoned shipyard. He never had proof, though." Finch's watery eyes flicked from Cassia to Byron. "If they're the ones who took your friend, they might use that place." Byrne's gaze sharpened. "Is it close to the highway north of town?" Finch nodded. "It's possible. The old roads around there are rarely traveled. If the cult's trying to keep a low profile, that might be where they're hiding." Officer Gonzalez, overhearing, stepped closer. "We can check it out. We have no probable cause for a formal raid, but I can at least send a patrol car to recon." Byrne exhaled slowly. "That might scare them off, or worse. They might harm Harlan if they sense the police coming. We need a more subtle approach." Cassia set her jaw. "Then let's do it ourselves, quietly. They have Harlan. We can't lose any more time." A distant boom of thunder underscored her words. The storm battered the station's windows, wind-driven rain streaming down the glass. Finch trembled, but he handed Byron a folded slip of paper. "Here's the address, or what's left of it. The place is half demolished. Be careful." They agreed on a plan. Byron and Cassia, along with Finch if he dared, would do a covert recon of the area. Officer Gonzalez would keep searching for more leads and coordinate backup if they uncovered definitive evidence. Time was short, and the cult was cunning. Covert action felt like their only hope. 3. The abandoned shipyard. By late afternoon, the sky was a swollen mass of charcoal clouds, lightning sparking like distant artillery. A borrowed SUV bumped along a rutted dirt road, headed toward the coordinates Finch had provided. Cassia gripped the passenger door handle as the vehicle jolted over potholes. Byrne drove with tense concentration, peering through the windshield wipers. Finch hunched in the back seat, fidgeting with his coat sleeves. "Careful," Finch muttered. "There's a fork in the road up ahead." The left track leads to an abandoned warehouse near the old shipyard. That's probably the place. Bayern slowed, turning left. Fallen branches and wind-blown debris littered the road. After a few more minutes, the SUV emerged into a clearing. Rusted fences and collapsed corrugated metal sheds spread across a wide patch of muddy ground. Twisted hunks of machinery stood like skeletal remains, a testament to a time when Westvale had once thrived on shipbuilding. Now it was eerily silent, save for rain pelting the roof. Cassia scanned the surroundings with a creeping sense of dread. This place felt haunted by past industry, and perhaps by darker secrets. In the distance, she spotted a squat building with most of its roof intact. A faint glow flickered behind its boarded windows. "Look," she whispered, pointing. "Light inside." Bayern killed the engine. "We go on foot. Quietly." He turned to Finch. "You can stay here if you want. This could get dangerous." Finch's Adam's apple bobbed. "I'll come, but I'll hang back. I want to help." They exited the SUV, each one grimly aware of the possibility that armed cultists lurked nearby. Byrne led the way, moving in a crouch around rusted scrap heaps. The wind howled across the open yard, carrying the tang of wet metal. Cassia kept close, her heart pounding as they approached the half-collapsed structure. 4. Whispers in the dark. They reached a side door of the building, which sagged on its hinges. The flickering light within was dim, likely candles or lanterns. The storm's din masked their footsteps, but also dulled their senses. Byrne pressed his ear to the door, hearing low voices inside. Cassia's stomach tightened. She pictured Doctor Harland bound or injured, the cult demanding secrets about the puzzle box's runes or the black pearls. Adrenaline spiked her pulse. Quietly, Bayern tested the door. It creaked open a few inches, revealing a corridor strewn with debris. He motioned for Cassia and Finch to wait, then slipped in, flashlight off, relying on a faint glow from deeper within. One step at a time, they moved forward. The building's interior smelled of mold, damp wood, and something acrid. Burning wax, perhaps. Peeling paint hung from corroded walls. A few random crates and broken beams cluttered the hallway. Then, from around a corner, they heard muffled shouting. "Think you can hide it from us? We know you recovered it at sea. Tell us how to open the chest, now." A second voice, Harlan's voice, weakly answered. I don't know. I already told you, we don't have the entire cargo." "Please." Cassia's blood ran cold. Harland was alive, but clearly in danger. She glanced at Bayern, who grimly nodded. Finch pressed his back to the wall, quaking. 5th confrontation. Bayern signaled for Cassia to circle around the corridor's far side, hoping to flank the cult members. He crept forward silently, training honed by years of police and PI work. Cassia's breath caught in her throat as she separated from him. Finch stayed behind, trembling near the entrance. Crouched behind a battered crate, Cassia peered into a large open area, a makeshift chamber. 2 hooded cultists stood near a crude altar formed from broken pallets. Lanterns cast a dim glow, revealing Dr. Harland tied to a chair, bruised and shivering. Another cultist loomed over him, brandishing a small, curved knife. A wave serpent symbol was crudely painted on the wall behind them, the candlelight making it appear alive. "Last chance," the knife-wielding cultist hissed. "Where is the puzzle box now? Who else knows about the pearls?" Harlan's voice cracked. They're worthless. Just let me go." The cultist lifted the blade. Cassia's hands shook. Where was Bayern? If she leapt out alone, she'd be overpowered. She glanced to the other side of the chamber, just in time to see Bayern emerging behind a leaning steel beam. He raised a small handgun, likely taken from the SUV's glove compartment, and aimed. "All right, that's enough," Bayern called, stepping into the open. "Drop the knife. We're taking Dr. Harland and leaving." At once, the cultists whirled around, hoods obscuring their faces. The knife-wielder hissed, "You dare intrude on our sacred ground!" Harlan sagged in relief at seeing Byrne, but a second cultist stepped forward, a firearm glinting in the lantern light. Cassia's heart seized. Time slowed. She had to do something. Summoning courage, she leaped up from cover, brandishing a length of broken pipe she'd grabbed from the floor. "Let him go!" The cultist with the gun hesitated, torn between pointing at Byrne or Cassia. In that split second, Byrne lunged, tackling him. The gun fired, the bullet zinging overhead. Sparks flew as it ricocheted off metal. Chaos erupted. The third cultist lunged for Cassia, swinging a wooden baton. She sidestepped, barely, feeling the rush of air as it whooshed past her face. Byrne wrestled with his opponent, struggling to keep the gun aimed away. The knife-wielder lunged to help, but Cassia jabbed with her pipe, forcing him back. The cultist hissed a curse and slashed at her with the knife, slicing the pipe from her grip. She stumbled, panic flooding her veins. Then, from the corner of her eye, Cassia saw Finch appear behind the knife-wielder. With unexpected bravery, the antiques dealer swung a broken wooden plank, cracking it against the cultist's head. The robed figure stumbled, knife clattering to the floor. Cassia gasped at Finch's intervention. Meanwhile, Byrne managed to twist the gun aside. A second shot rang out, lodging in the ceiling. He drove his fist into the cultist's jaw, sending them reeling. Breathing heavily, he wrenched the gun away. "Cassia!" Byrne shouted, turning to see if she was all right. She nodded quickly. Finch stood shaking, his improvised plank broken in half. The cultists were dazed, but one was still conscious, struggling to stand. Byrne aimed his gun, voice hard. "Stay down!" 6. A narrow escape. Cassia ran to Doctor Harland, untying his wrists and ankles. The older man's face was bruised, his eyes frantic. "Thank you," he croaked, voice barely audible. "They forced me off the road, threatened me, asked about the pearls, the puzzle box." "We've got you," Cassia murmured, tears of relief threatening to spill. Finch hovered beside her, looking startled by his own bravery. Byrne kept his weapon trained on the groaning cultists. Another flash of lightning illuminated the chamber, thunder shaking the roof overhead. "Cassia, get Harland out of here. I'll call Officer Gonzalez." But as they turned to go, footsteps pounded from further down the corridor. More cultists? Cassia's stomach twisted. "We can't fend off an entire group." She noticed an exit on the far side, a metal door flapping in the wind. "We'll have to retreat that way." Byrne glanced at the battered phone in his jacket. No signal in this steel and concrete building. "We have to move. Fast. Finch, help me watch them." Finch swallowed and nodded, collecting the fallen cultist's baton. The robed figures on the floor were stirring, but in no shape to fight. Yet the new footsteps were getting louder. Without waiting for them to appear, Cassia and Byrne helped Harlan to his feet and hurried toward the far exit, Finch trailing behind. The corridor beyond was cluttered with collapsed beams and puddles of rainwater leaking through holes in the roof. In a flash of lightning through a broken window, Cassia saw silhouettes approaching from outside, reinforcements, perhaps 5 or 6 robed figures. She stifled a scream, turning to Byrne in desperation. "Another way out!" Harland gasped, pointing to a side hall. "I saw a loading bay door when they brought me in." They rushed that way, thunder booming overhead. Behind them, urgent voices echoed. "They're escaping." "Seal the exits." The cult was mobilizing. The corridor ended in a large loading bay with a rusted overhead door. Rain dripped through wide holes in the ceiling, forming puddles on the cracked concrete floor. "Locked," Byrne muttered, jiggling the door's handle. He scanned the walls, noticing a fuse box. "Help me open it. Maybe we can override the mechanism." Cassia hurried to the fuse box, prying it open with a crowbar she found lying around. Inside, corroded switches and wiring glimmered in the flickering light. She toggled one switch, sparks dancing. The overhead door groaned but didn't budge. She tried another, then a third. Suddenly, with an ear-splitting squeal, the door began to rise a few inches. Thunder crashed, the door jammed, stuck halfway open. It left just enough space for them to crawl under. Finch and Harland went first, squirming through into the wet evening. Bayern followed, but Cassia froze for a split second, looking back. Did we truly leave the cult behind? Heavy footsteps thundered around the corner. She dropped to her belly, rolling under the door just as a robed figure burst into the loading bay. A muffled shout of rage echoed behind her. Then she was outside, rain drenching her as she scrambled to her feet. Byrne seized her arm, pulling her away. Finch and Harland were already running toward the SUV in the distance. They sprinted across the muddy lot, lightning illuminating twisted cranes and abandoned hulls like bleached whale bones. A dark shape emerged from behind a shipping container, a cultist raising a firearm. Byrne threw himself at Cassia, knocking her sideways. The gun fired, bullets whizzing overhead. Finch yelped, dropping behind an old forklift. Harlan stumbled but kept moving. Byrne returned fire, forcing the cultist to dive for cover. Cassia's heart hammered. This is insane. They wove between wreckage until finally reaching the SUV. Finch yanked open the back door, and Harlan collapsed onto the seat. Cassia scrambled into the front passenger side, drenched and shaking. Byrne clambered behind the wheel, gunning the engine. A bullet cracked the rear window as they lurched forward in a spray of mud. The SUV fishtailed, but Byrne gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator. Headlights sliced through the rain, revealing half a dozen robed shapes in the distance. Another muzzle flash lit the gloom, striking the side panel with a dull clang. Then, with a surge, the SUV burst free of the lot onto the uneven dirt road, leaving the cult behind. 7. Urgent aftermath. They drove in tense silence for several minutes, hearts pounding. Cassia glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see headlights of a pursuing vehicle, but the muddy road behind them was empty. The storm's fury masked any trailing threats. At last, Byrne slowed, letting out a long breath. Harlan moaned from the back seat, clutching his bruised ribs. Finch, face ashen, tried to offer words of comfort. "We have to get him medical attention," Cassia said, twisting in her seat to check Harlan's injuries. His wrists were raw and bleeding from rope burns, and his face bore dark bruises. "He needs a doctor." Byrne nodded, turning onto a more travelled road that would lead back to Westvale. The police station first, then the clinic. Officer Gonzalez should have backup on standby after that gunfight. We need to coordinate. The cult is more brazen than ever. Rain hammered the SUV's roof, thunder still rolling in the distance. Finch murmured shaky apologies for not doing more, but Cassia placed a hand on his arm. "You saved my life back there," she said softly, recalling the moment he struck the knife-wielding cultist. He managed a wan, grateful smile. Dr. Harland stirred. They kept asking about the puzzle box. They threatened to kill me unless I revealed the secret to open it, or gave them the black pearls. "We have the box, and the puzzle's partial solution," Byrne reassured him, though his voice betrayed his own doubts. "But we still need answers about those pearls, and how dangerous they really are." Harland closed his eyes, exhaustion overwhelming him. The SUV rumbled through the storm, each occupant battling their own swirling thoughts about the final confrontation they all knew was coming. 8. Storm-tossed loyalties. They arrived at the Westvale police station to find Officer Gonzalez waiting anxiously under the overhang. The battered SUV skidded to a halt, and she rushed out to meet them. "Good God," she said, eyes widening at Dr. Harlan's condition. She helped him inside, where a medic on standby began examining his bruises. "Are you all right?" He winced, nodding weakly. "I'll live." "Thanks." Byrne quickly recounted the rescue mission and the firefight with the cult. Gonzalez listened, her face growing steadily paler. "This is escalating fast. I've already got calls from the state police about the shootout at the old shipyard. Locals reported gunshots and strange lights. They'll want statements. Cassia clutched her arms, shivering in damp clothes. What about the cult? If they have a hideout there, they'll clear out, Gonzalez said flatly. By the time we get a warrant and arrive with backup, they'll be gone. She guided them into a small interrogation room, offering coffee and blankets. We'll do what we can, but we're short-staffed. The state might get involved now that we have multiple reports of armed conflict, but it could be days before specialized teams mobilize. Finch sank into a chair, eyes distant. They're unstoppable. This group has been around for generations, always lurking in shadows, passing down some vow to protect that cargo. How do we fight something so entrenched? Byron pressed a towel against his temple, wiping blood from a grazed bullet that must have nicked him earlier. We keep shining light on them. We have evidence of their crimes. Harlan's testimony, the bullet holes in my SUV, the photos we took at sea. We still have the puzzle box, though Harland was in the process of storing it. The cult hasn't gotten it back. Cassia's voice trembled with residual adrenaline. But if the police can't move fast enough, they might vanish again, or come after us even harder. We need a more decisive move, something that ends their threat. Officer Gonzalez rubbed her temples in frustration. I don't want more violence, but you're right. We're dealing with fanaticism. They'll keep attacking until we either destroy their faith in that cargo or find some way to lock them all up. And I don't see mass arrests happening overnight. 9. Harlan's vow. After the medic finished bandaging Harlan's wrists and checking him for a concussion, he asked to see Cassia and Bayern privately. They huddled in a corner of the station's break room, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I overheard something, Harlan said quietly, gingerly rubbing his throat. One of the cultists mentioned that their high tide, their leader, I think, planned to enact a final ritual if we refused to turn over the puzzle box. Something about submerging the pearls in the chamber of tides so no one could ever recover them. Cassia furrowed her brow. Another cryptic reference. The chamber of tides could be a place along the coast or somewhere inside the cliff networks. Harlan shrugged, wincing. They talked about it like a cataclysmic solution, destroy or hide the pearls forever, so no one can break the vow. They're dead serious about it. Byrne glanced at Cassia. Could it be connected to St. Felix Chapel again, or another hidden chamber near the sea? The catacombs we saw weren't exactly tide chambers, but there might be deeper levels. Harlan's gaze flicked between them. We have to stop them. If the pearls really are locked away with the cargo, or if they plan to hide or destroy them, we lose the chance to prove the cult's wrongdoing. We might never know if the cargo is truly dangerous or just a superstitious relic. Cassia felt a surge of determination. Then we find them before they do that final ritual. We follow every clue we have left, the puzzle box, the partial map from the casket, the old diaries. We figure out where this chamber of tides is. Harlan nodded, though he looked exhausted. Count me in. I won't let them scare me away. Byron clasped the older man's shoulder gently, respect in his eyes. We'll end this, together. 10th puzzle box revisited. Early the next morning, Harland insisted he was well enough to continue their work. They gathered in a secure back room of the police station. Officer Gonzalez, Cassia, Byron, Harland, and Finch. The battered puzzle box sat on a table next to the iron casket's documents and the fragments of old diaries and maps they'd collected. The storm's wind still lashed against the building's walls, rattling the windows. Cassia opened her laptop, where she digitized photos of the puzzle box and all runic symbols. We opened this box once and found that cryptic vow about black pearls. But maybe there's more compartments. Or maybe the runes can guide us to the Chamber of Tides. Harland carefully turned the puzzle box over. I noticed small channels or grooves we didn't fully explore. Could be a hidden panel. We were in a rush last time. He glanced at Belmont's locksmithing tools, which they'd requested be brought to the station for safekeeping. Working methodically, Harland and Byron used micro-tools to probe the box's edges. Finch hovered, occasionally pointing out runic motifs he recognized from family lore. Time slipped by in tense concentration. Then Cassia spotted an odd indentation at one corner, shaped like the puzzle box's metallic seal they'd discovered. She rummaged through the envelope to retrieve the disc-like seal. "Look, this might fit here." She pressed the seal into the indentation. At first, nothing happened. Then Harland rotated it a quarter turn. With a faint click, part of the puzzle box's surface slid sideways, revealing a tiny hidden drawer. Officer Gonzalez leaned in, eyebrows rising. Inside the drawer lay a slender piece of parchment, protected by a thin layer of waxy coating. Harland gently lifted it out, smoothing it under the overhead lamp. Byrne inhaled sharply as they read the archaic lines. "Where the tide floods stone in the old chapel's secret tomb, let the serpent's vow be sealed. Beneath the watchful saint, the watery gate awaits the cargo's final keep." Cassia's eyes widened. Another reference to a hidden area beneath a chapel, or watchful saint. Could this be St. Felix Chapel again? Maybe deeper than the crypt we visited? Finch squinted. "I recall rumors that St. Felix was built on older catacombs. Some say there's a sealed chamber that floods during high tide. If the cult can access that watery gate, they might hide or destroy the pearls there." Harlan nodded, voice hushed. "That must be the Chamber of Tides. The question is, how do we find it?" Byrne's eyes flashed with resolve. "We go back. We missed something last time. A deeper catacomb or a sealed door. The cult obviously knows about it. If they plan a final ritual, that's likely where they'll gather." Officer Gonzalez sucked in a breath. "If that's where they're heading, we could stage a raid. But we have limited manpower. I have maybe 4 officers who could respond quickly, plus me. The state troopers might not arrive in time." Cassia glanced at the loaded evidence table. "We can't wait days. They might do it tonight, or whenever the next high tide aligns with their ritual. We have to stop them." 11th, a perilous plan. They hammered out a plan. Cassia, Byrne, Harland, and Finch would return to St. Felix Chapel, accompanied by Gonzalez and a small group of officers. They'd approach stealthily, searching for a hidden entrance beneath the crypt. If the cult was there, they'd attempt to corner them and recover any of Hawksmoor's cargo they might be ready to submerge. Byrne's phone buzzed, a message from the state police contact. They'd gotten wind of the fiasco at the old shipyard, but were tied up with other emergencies. "They can't send help for at least another day," Byrne relayed, frustration evident. Gonzalez grimaced. "Then we're on our own tonight. Let's do it." The day was spent gathering supplies, flashlights, ropes, waterproof cameras, and a few protective vests. Harland insisted on bringing a small diving tank and mask, just in case they encountered submerged passages. Cassia packed the puzzle box, the iron casket's documents, and extra copies of the runic translations, tools that might unlock hidden mechanisms if encountered. All the while the storm raged on, though forecasts predicted it might ease by evening. The wind howled around Westvale's rooftops as though nature itself was aware of the impending confrontation. Cassia tried to quell the fluttering panic in her stomach. The memory of robed figures chanting in the crypt haunted her. But this time they'd have police support and more knowledge of the chapel's secrets. 12th. Return to St. Felix. Night descended once more, heavy with clouds. Lightning flickered in the distance, the storm's fury gradually diminishing. 2 police cruisers and the borrowed SUV convoyed up the coastal road. Byrne led in the SUV, with Cassia riding shotgun. Harland and Finch huddled in the back. Officer Gonzalez followed in a cruiser, 2 more officers behind her in another. They wanted to avoid too large a show of force that could scare the cult into fleeing. This had to be precise. St. Felix Chapel loomed on the cliffs, half-ruined walls stark against the dark sky. The wind battered the ancient stones, and waves crashed far below. The group parked well down the road, walking the final distance. Thunder rumbled, though the rain had tapered to a mist. Byron motioned for silence as they entered the chapel's weed-choked courtyard. The iron gate still stood open from their previous visit, no sign of robed sentinels in the gloom. Flicking off their flashlights, they crept inside, boots crunching on broken glass and debris. Memories flooded Cassia, the crypt below, the chanting voices, the faint candlelight. Anxiety gnawed at her, but she pressed on. In the main hall, the collapsed roof let in moonlight, illuminating shattered pews. Officer Gonzalez silently directed her 2 officers to guard the entrance. Then she and the others advanced toward the altar where they'd discovered the stairs last time. Finch's whisper broke the hush. "Over there," the crypt entrance behind the altar. They found the same dark opening descending into the earth. No immediate sign of cult presence. Cassia shuddered, recalling how the group of robed figures had once confronted them. She flicked her flashlight on. "Let's go." 13. Beneath the stones. The narrow stairs led them deeper than before, moisture clinging to the walls. Water dripped from the stone ceiling. The air smelled of damp rock and something older, more pungent. Everyone moved in single file. Byron in front, Cassia just behind, then Harland and Finch, with Gonzalez and 1 officer bringing up the rear. At the bottom, they found the same corridor of arched niches and tomb recesses. But something was different now. Candles flickered along the walls, freshly lit, a sign the cult was indeed present. They advanced cautiously. The corridor forked. The left path led to the crypt chamber they'd seen before, but no chanting greeted them now. The right branch, previously overlooked, sloped downward. Faint echoes of water lapping reached their ears. Byron gestured for silence and took the right passage. The rough stone corridor twisted, the ceiling lowering until they had to stoop. The dripping intensified. Soon they reached an old wooden door with rusted hinges, water seeping from beneath it. "This might be the Chamber of Tides," Harland whispered, voice trembling with anticipation. Byron tried the latch, locked. Officer Gonzalez's 2nd officer produced a small crowbar. With minimal noise, they pried at the swollen wood, and the door gave way with a spongy crack. A rush of cold, briny air greeted them. Beyond the threshold lay a natural cavern partially worked into stone walls. In the center, a wide pool shimmered in the flashlight beams, black water gently rippling. Faint streams from the sea must flow in here at high tide. On the far side of the pool, a rocky ledge held a crude altar draped with dripping seaweed and lit by flickering torches. Thunder rumbled overhead, though distant now. Cassia's eyes locked on that altar. Dark shapes rested upon it, likely crates or chests reminiscent of the one they'd found underwater. And scrawled all around on the cavern walls was the wave serpent crest. A hush fell. Finch gulped audibly. This must be where they want to submerge the cargo, or maybe they already have. 14th Final Showdown. Before they could move, a commanding voice echoed from the darkness. "So, you've come at last." A robed figure emerged from behind the altar, torchlight revealing a tall form, face concealed by a deep hood. More figures stepped from the shadows, 6 at least, blocking the perimeter of the cavern. Each wore the wave serpent symbol on their robes. 1 or 2 carried knives, another had a shotgun. Officer Gonzalez raised her sidearm. "Westvale Police, drop your weapons." The tall figure laughed, a hollow sound in the echoing chamber. "Fools! You cannot stop the vow of the deep. Tonight, the pearls return to the tide, sealed forever. No mortal shall break the curse." At that, more robed cultists emerged from side passages. Byrne counted at least 8. They were outnumbered. The police officers aimed their guns, tense standoff crackling in the air. Harland murmured to Cassia, voice taut, "This is it, the final ritual. That crate on the altar might hold the black pearls. We have to get them." Byrne, stepping forward, called out, "We've documented your crimes. Murder, kidnapping, attempted homicide. It's over. Surrender or face the consequences." The tall cult leader lowered their hood, revealing a stern-faced woman with streaked grey hair and piercing eyes. The vow stands above earthly laws. The wave devours all who defy it, even you. She lifted a small corroded chest from the altar, similar to the one Cassia had recovered at sea, but larger. The wave serpent crest etched across its surface glimmered in the torchlight. The black pearls remained sealed within. Let them sleep in the depths. She began to step toward the dark pool, clearly intent on submerging the chest. Cassia's mind raced. If that chest truly held the pearls, once dropped into the tidal pit, they might be lost forever. They might also be part of critical evidence to break the cult's stranglehold. She exchanged a look with Byrne, who nodded grimly. Officer Gonzalez repeated her command. "Put it down. Now." But the robed guards advanced, weapons ready, a twitch away from violence. 15. The Tide of Fate. Lightning flashed beyond the cavern ceiling, thunder shaking the chapel's foundations. The tall leader raised the chest over the pool. "We release the pearls into the sea. If you seek them, you seek death." Shots rang out. Officer Gonzalez's men firing warning rounds at the cultists approaching with knives. One robed figure dropped, wounded. Another fired back, a bullet whistling past Cassia's ear. Chaos erupted. Harland and Finch dove for cover behind a boulder. Byrne and Gonzalez returned fire with measured precision, aiming to disarm. Meanwhile, the leader stood at the pool's edge, seemingly calm amid the melee. Water lapped at her ankles. She clutched the chest tightly, chanting in a low voice. Cassia saw her about to plunge it into the water. "Number." Cassia dashed forward, skirting the frantic scuffle. She ducked as a shotgun blast echoed, pellets ricocheting off stone. The leader raised an arm to hurl the chest deeper into the pool. Acting on sheer instinct, Cassia lunged. She collided with the leader, both women toppling sideways. The chest slipped from the cult leader's grasp, splashing into the shallows with a loud clunk. "That belongs in a museum," Cassia couldn't help blurting, adrenaline fueling her. But the leader snarled, grappling her, attempting to drive her face first into the water. The tide lapped around Cassia's shoulders, freezing cold. She coughed, gasping for breath. The leader pinned Cassia with surprising strength, hissing, "You know not the doom you unleash. The pearls must remain sealed." Cassia squirmed, water splashing as she fought to keep from being submerged completely. Then footsteps pounded behind them. Byrne appeared, slamming the butt of his gun into the leader's shoulder. She reeled, losing her grip on Cassia. The detective hauled Cassia out of the water, then pointed his weapon at the cult leader. "Enough!" Byrne barked, breath ragged. Another bullet whizzed overhead, a last desperate shot from one of the cultists. But a return round from Officer Gonzalez's vantage hit that gunman's arm, disarming him. Panting, the cult leader froze, glaring at Byrne with hatred. A hush settled as the final shots died away. Most robed figures lay injured or pinned by officers, moaning. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with brine. Water dripped from Cassia's hair and clothes, and the chest sat half-submerged a few feet away. 16. The Black Pearls. Shaking off the dizzying adrenaline, Cassia waded deeper to retrieve the chest from the shallow pool. Her limbs felt numb from cold and shock, but she managed to drag the corroded box onto the rocky ledge. Byrne hovered protectively, while Harland rushed over with Finch, flashlight in hand. Officer Gonzalez secured plastic cuffs on the cult leader, who spat in defiance but was clearly beaten. The robed members, still capable of fleeing, had retreated or been subdued. Cassia's hands trembled. The box's latch was already damaged from the scuffle. She pried it open, revealing a sodden cloth bundle. Harland carefully unwrapped it. Inside lay half a dozen glossy spheres, each about the size of a marble, glistening with an eerie black sheen. "Black pearls," Harland breathed, shining the flashlight. They shimmered with subtle iridescent undertones of green and purple. Rainbows danced across their surfaces, Despite centuries under the waves, they seemed perfectly preserved, exuding an otherworldly glow in the torchlight. Finch peered over their shoulders, awe mixing with fear. So this is the cargo Hawksmoor smuggled, the so-called cursed pearls. Officer Gonzalez stepped closer, gazing at them as though they might bite. What makes them so dangerous? Harlan shook his head slowly. We might never know the truth behind the superstition. Are they radioactive or tied to some ancient legend of ill fortune? Perhaps it's just the fervor of a cult that kills to protect them, but they're real, and presumably extremely rare. The leader, bound and kneeling, spat. You fools! You meddle with powers beyond your ken. We have saved the world from these pearls for centuries. Now you doom us all. Burns' lip curled. No more killing. No more secrets. We'll turn them over to experts. Let the truth come out. Lightning illuminated the cavern, revealing the black pearls shining in Cassia's palm. She felt an odd tingle across her skin, maybe just the adrenaline, but a whisper of doubt remained. Were they truly cursed? 17. A storm-worn dawn. The rest of the night became a blur of arrests, emergency calls, and triage for the wounded. By dawn, additional police support had arrived. The cult members who'd fled melted into the surrounding countryside, but the leader and several key followers were in custody. The confiscated black pearls, plus the relic chests and puzzle box, were all secured as evidence. Cassia and Byrne emerged from St. Felix Chapel's cliffside entrance, exhausted but relieved. Harland, Finch, and Officer Gonzalez followed, each showing signs of the night's ordeal. Bruises, cuts, drenched clothes. But they'd done it. The vow of the deep tide was broken, or at least weakened beyond immediate threat. Sunrise scattered golden light over the churning ocean. The storm clouds had dissipated, leaving the air crisp with the scent of salt. Cassia paused on the cliff's edge, gazing out at the sea. She felt a pang of sadness for Westvale's battered old legends, yet also a glimmer of hope that maybe, with the cult dismantled, the town could breathe again. Byrne stepped beside her, silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke softly. We should get those pearls tested by an expert. Confirm if they're just pearls or something more. She nodded. Yeah, and the cargo debris underwater should be mapped by marine archaeologists. The world deserves to know the real history behind the crestfallen. He slipped an arm around her shoulders, warmth against the chill wind. You did good, Cassia. We all did. A tear slid down her cheek, mingling with the salt spray. The nightmares, the near-death scrapes, the murders, they weighed heavily on her, but for the first time she felt they had triumphed, at least for now. 18. Unfinished business. They returned to Westvale's harbour around midday. News of the dramatic raid at St. Felix Chapel had spread quickly. Locals whispered about a cult bust, though details remained vague. The outside world was about to learn more as the county sheriff and state investigators converged on the small town. Officer Gonzalez oversaw the evidence transfer, carefully logging the black pearls, puzzle box, and other seized relics. Finch joined her at the station, quietly giving statements about his family's involvement with the key and the casket. He seemed both relieved and haunted, as though a long family curse had finally ended. Meanwhile, Dr. Harland, battered but stable, began drafting a report on the maritime significance of the crestfallen's wreck. He planned to contact university colleagues to organize a proper archaeological expedition to recover any remaining cargo. Now that the cult's immediate threat was removed, a legitimate historical salvage might be possible. Cassia helped him sort notes, feeling torn between excitement at unveiling the real story of Captain Hawksmoor and sorrow over the lives lost in the cult's fanaticism. It's a complicated legacy, she murmured, scanning the centuries-old script. Hawksmoor must have known these pearls carried a deadly reputation. Harlan nodded, gingerly touching his bruised jaw. He might have tried to smuggle them for wealth or under orders from some unscrupulous patron. We may never know the full motive, but we can ensure that knowledge, the truth, isn't hidden away by superstition. 19. The Detective's Farewell. A few days later, as Westvale slowly returned to an uneasy normal, Detective Rowan Byrne prepared to leave. His original assignment, to recover Devon Mowbray's stolen locket, felt almost trivial in light of everything that had transpired. Yet, ironically, that stolen locket was part of the same mosaic of Hawksmoor artifacts. It, too, had been recovered in a warehouse tied to the cult. Byrne planned to deliver it personally. Standing by his car at Mrs. Sweeney's boarding house, he shook the landlady's hand. She dabbed her eyes, lamenting that trouble so often found its way to Westvale. "Thank you for all you did," she said. "We can't forget poor Avery Collins, but maybe now we'll have peace." Byrne offered a small, sad smile. "I hope so." Cassia appeared, having come to see him off. "So you're heading out?" she asked softly. He nodded, loading a duffel into the trunk. "I have to. There's paperwork, debriefings, delivering the locket to my client, but I'll be back for the official salvage operation. Harland wants me to provide security. He's worried about any remaining cult stragglers." Cassia's throat tightened. She realized she'd grown close to the detective, their bond forged through terror and shared purpose. "Take care of yourself," she whispered, stepping forward. Byrne gazed at her with warmth. "You too. You're going to be busy unveiling a centuries-old maritime mystery to the world." They hesitated, then embraced briefly, the aftershocks of their ordeal still humming beneath the surface. Pulling back, Byrne brushed a stray curl from Cassia's face. "Stay safe, Cassia. If you ever need me, I'll call," she finished, managing a small, genuine smile. "And Rowan, thank you." With that, he slid into his car. The engine roared to life. Cassia waved, heart heavy yet hopeful, as he drove down the fog-bound street and disappeared around a bend. 20. Epilogue. Shadows. Westvale breathed again, or as close to it as the misty town ever came. The cult's leadership was dismantled, many members arrested and facing charges. Whether the Order of the Deep Tide might resurface in some new guise remained an open question. Such dark beliefs rarely vanished overnight, but at least the immediate danger had passed. In the weeks that followed, Cassia aided Dr. Harland and a small research team in mapping the crestfallen wreck more thoroughly. They carefully catalogued artifacts, cannon fragments, timbers, corroded personal items. The black pearls, under close scientific scrutiny, proved to be of an exceptionally rare variety, though no trace of toxins or radioactivity was found. The curse appeared to be purely legendary, though stories of ill luck continued to swirl. Officer Gonzalez coordinated ongoing patrols around St. Felix Chapel, determined to ensure no new cult gatherings occurred. Mr. Finch quietly rebuilt his antiques business, the old family guilt lifted. Mrs. Sweeney proudly displayed newspaper clippings about the historic revelations in her boarding house foyer. As for Cassia, she compiled her research into a formal paper, hoping to share the truth about Captain Hawksmoor's final voyage. Standing on the docks one breezy morning, she gazed over the water, recalling the swirl of events that had brought her here. A stolen key, a hidden crypt, a clandestine cult, and the black pearls that might be cursed, or might simply be a reflection of humanity's own capacity for fear and greed. She closed her eyes, letting the sea wind brush her face. We survived, she thought, heart swelling with gratitude. And maybe we made this town a little brighter. Someday, the full story would be told, free from the veil of superstition. Until then, Westvale remained half-shrouded in fog, retaining its mysteries and its quiet resilience. What's next? Our heroes have confronted the cult, rescued Dr. Harland, and secured the fabled Black Pearls. Yet, as we approach our final episode, one question remains. Will the dark undercurrents of Hawksmoor's legend truly be laid to rest, or does a final twist await? Stay tuned for episode 7, where the full resolution unfolds, surprising revelations come to light, and we learn whether Westvale's darkest chapter is truly over, or if an even more startling secret awaits discovery. Episode 7, The Last Ebb of the Tide. 1. Under Clearer Skies. In the weeks after the dramatic raid at St. Felix Chapel, a fragile peace settled over Westvale. The destructive storm that had lashed the town finally dissipated, leaving brisk blue-sky mornings and crisp starlit nights. Tourists, drawn by media coverage of the cult incident and the rumoured discovery of Captain Hawksmoor's legendary wreck, began to trickle in. The Lighthouse Cafe bustled with curious newcomers, asking the locals to recount the saga. For Cassia Morel, life brimmed with both excitement and exhaustion. She spent her days assisting Dr. Sebastian Harland and a small academic team as they documented the Crestfallen's wreck site, diving carefully among the reefs to map the decaying hull and retrieve small artifacts. Her evenings were devoted to analyzing centuries-old diaries and leftover cult documents, particularly references to the Black Pearls and their alleged curse. Evidence firmly suggested the curse was no more than maritime superstition. The Black Pearls themselves, now locked in a secure facility at a nearby university, were undeniably rare but tested free of toxins or radiation. Still, an undercurrent of caution lingered. Too many tragedies had been attached to those pearls for Cassia to fully dismiss the old legends. She often found herself drifting back to that final confrontation in the tide chamber, remembering the robed leader's fervent warning. You meddle with powers beyond your ken. Now you doom us all. Even if the threat was purely in their minds, fanatic beliefs could have a lingering sting. 2. A familiar face returns. It was midday when Detective Rowan Byrne, as promised, returned to Westvale. His blue sedan rolled down the main street, drawing a few glances from passing locals who recognized him as the man who had helped break the cult's grip. After parking near the harbor, Byrne exited the car and took a moment to savor the sea air, less foreboding now that the storm clouds were gone. He found Cassia standing on the pier, conversing with Dr. Harland. A brisk wind ruffled her curls, but she looked more relaxed than he remembered, albeit with a hint of lingering tension in her eyes. When she caught sight of him, her face lit with a warm smile. "You made it back," she said. The unspoken thank you laced her words. Byrne nodded. "My official reports are filed, and Devon Mowbray was extremely grateful to have that stolen locket returned. Turns out it was indeed linked to Hawksmoor's family crest. My job's done. Well, mostly. I promised Harland I'd provide security for the salvage operation in case any cult remnants caused trouble." Harland, sporting healing bruises and a faint smile, shook Byrne's hand. "Welcome back. We've been lucky, no cult harassment lately, but the state police do want a more thorough presence before we attempt to raise any major artifacts from the wreck. We're expecting them next week." Byrne's eyes flicked to Cassia. "And how's your research going?" She shrugged, a mixture of pride and lingering unease. "We've unearthed more personal items from the wreck, letters, cameo brooches, even a battered logbook that might have belonged to Captain Hawksmoor. The writing is partially illegible, water-damaged, but we're hoping to recover enough to piece together his true motives." The mention of Hawksmoor's logbook stirred Byrne's curiosity. We might finally learn why he risked transporting those pearls, and whether he believed the curse or not. Harlan nodded. "That's the hope. We have a partial team here now, scanning artifacts. If you're free this afternoon, Cassia can show you the new finds." Byrne glanced at Cassia, smiling softly. "Lead the way." 3. Light on the water. They headed to a temporary research station set up in a refurbished boathouse near the docks. Inside, folding tables were covered with meticulously labeled relics, warped wooden fragments, corroded buckles, half-dissolved manuscripts in protective sleeves. Overhead, lights hummed, and the faint odor of musty seawater clung to everything. Cassia guided Bayern to a corner table where a carefully spread piece of parchment rested beneath an acrylic sheet. We're calling it log page number 17. The text is faint, but some lines are legible. She turned on a specialized lamp that made faint ink more visible. Bayern peered at the aged writing. The cargo from the Far East glitters like the night sky. Rumors swirl that ill fortune follows these pearls, yet my sponsor insists they are worth any risk. We must not fail. Cora, my beloved, says we test the wrath of the seas. I fear she may be right. Bayern's eyes narrowed. So Hawksmoor himself was wary of these pearls, but a sponsor pushed him to transport them. That suggests a bigger scheme, someone who financed the mission. Cassia nodded. We suspect some wealthy patron in Britain or Europe, though the name is still obscured. The next lines mention a storm and references to possible sabotage or pursuit by unknown vessels. Harland stepped over, rewrapping a piece of rotted rope. We also found signs that the crew was uneasy, some wanting to jettison the pearls to appease superstitious fears. Hawksmoor refused, apparently under strict orders. Byrne exhaled slowly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the doomed captain. And then the crestfallen sank off Westvale's coast. The pearls ended up in that tide chamber for centuries, guarded by the cult. Ironic that a sponsor's scheme led to all this horror. They moved on to examine a battered trunk containing personal items likely belonging to Hawksmoor's wife, Cora, hairpins, a cameo locket. Cassia gently lifted the cameo. This cameo was stolen months ago, remember? One of the first thefts. The cult must have tried to collect every item connected to the pearls or the Hawksmoor name. Bayern studied the delicate carving depicting a woman's profile. So many lives twisted by greed and fear. I'm glad we brought it to light, though we lost people along the way. A moment of silence passed as they recalled Avery Collins and the other victims. Outside, a mild sun sparkled off the harbour waters. The hush held a bittersweet note. 4. An unexpected guest. They were interrupted by the sound of the boathouse door creaking open. A man in his mid-50s with silver-streaked hair and an impeccable navy blazer stepped in. He wore an air of refined confidence. Cassia glanced at Harland, who looked puzzled. No one on their team dressed like that. "May I help you?" Cassia asked politely. He smiled politely. "Apologies for intruding. My name is Alistair Eaton. I'm with the British Antiquities Consortium. I arrived in Westvale this morning upon hearing of your discovery of the crestfallen wreck." The mention of a British consortium piqued Harland's interest. "You're a bit far from home, Mr. Eaton." He nodded, stepping closer. "Indeed, but the Crown has a historical interest in certain East India trade vessels, especially those rumoured to carry contraband or valuable cargo. The crestfallen fits that profile. I'd like to discuss the possibility of a formal partnership in preserving and, if necessary, repatriating any significant British artifacts." Byrne threw Cassia a guarded look. Diplomatic entanglements often complicated salvage claims, but Cassia, as a historian, felt a flush of excitement. "We've only begun mapping the wreck, but if you have expertise or resources, we're open to collaborations." Eaton smiled smoothly. "Wonderful. The consortium has decades of experience. We'd be honored to help ensure these relics receive proper study and care." His gaze swept the room, lingering momentarily on the black pearls, though they were locked away off-site. A few test photos hung on a bulletin board. The mild curiosity in his expression gave Cassia a chill, like a man sizing up a valuable painting. Harland cleared his throat. "We appreciate the interest, Mr. Eaton, but we must proceed carefully. The cargo has sparked violence already." Eaton's eyes flickered. Yes, I read about the unfortunate cult incident. Rest assured, the consortium's only aim is to preserve history. A polite chuckle. And possibly return it to rightful owners, if that applies. Burns' instincts pricked. Why does this feel more than a courtesy call? But outwardly, he remained polite. We'll pass your information to the official salvage coordinator. They can contact you. Eaton produced a calling card from an inside pocket, handing it to Cassia. Whenever you're ready, please do let me know if anything, extraordinary arises in your research. With another courteous nod, he departed as unexpectedly as he'd arrived, leaving a faint tension in the air. 5. Disquiet among the ruins. Once Eaton was gone, Harlan set down his notes, brow furrowed. I've heard of the British Antiquities Consortium, essentially a private group that often lobbies for returning artifacts to UK museums or wealthy collectors. They're not always unscrupulous, but their approach can be heavy-handed. Cassia pursed her lips. If the sponsor behind Hawksmoor was a British figure, they might argue the pearls belonged to British history. But Westvale was never a British colony, and the cargo was found in American waters. Byrne scowled. We just dealt with one group trying to claim the pearls at gunpoint. The last thing we need is another group, albeit more official, trying to wrest them away. A storm of worry whirled in Cassia's gut. The cult was subdued, but new players could emerge with different motivations, money, prestige, or hidden agendas. The black pearls remained at the center of it all. She forced herself to focus on a piece of partially decoded script. Let's not jump to conclusions. We'll keep an eye on Eaton. For now, let's keep working on the log pages. We might glean more about Hawksmoor's sponsor and the legal ownership question. So they pressed on, studying brittle diaries, cross-referencing runic notations from the puzzle box. Every so often, Cassia caught Byrne's concerned gaze, and she'd nod slightly. We'll handle it. But a new tension had set in. 6. Late-night revelations. That evening, as a cool breeze drifted across Westvale, Cassia stayed behind in the boathouse, determined to tackle more of Captain Hawksmoor's water-damaged log. Most of the salvage team had headed out for dinner. Byrne lingered in a corner, quietly scanning related documents. Harlan had gone to the local inn for much-needed rest. Cassia carefully worked with a portable infrared light, coaxing out faint ink. To her surprise, a line flared to life. My sponsor, Sir Alistair E., must deliver cargo to the designated harbour. Failing that would imperil us all. Cora begs me to reconsider. Cassia's breath caught. Sir Alistair E. Alistair Eaton? The name obviously wasn't a match in years. Hawksmoor's sponsor would be from centuries ago. But was there a family link, or had Cassia misread? She focused the IR lamp again. The partial text continued. He claims the pearls hold more power than gold. Some say a blessing, others a weapon. Sir Alistair's instructions, never let them fall to rival hands. We sail at dawn. Her mind whirled. If Hawksmoor's sponsor was a Sir Alistair E. something, it might be an ancestor of this modern Alistair Eaton. Possibly the consortium's interest was more personal than professional. Rowan, come look at this, she said quietly, beckoning Byrne. He read the lines, eyebrows shooting up. Alistair Eaton. We just met a man with the same first name and initial. Could be coincidence, but it's quite the parallel. Cassia's heart raced. He mentioned wanting to repatriate the pearls if they turn out to be rightful British property. Maybe he's carrying on some old family obsession, like the cult, but from a different angle. Who knows? Byrne's eyes narrowed. We need to confirm his background. If he's a direct descendant of Hawksmoor's sponsor, he might see these pearls as his heritage, or intend to exploit them. Let's keep this quiet until we have proof. They took photographs of the newly revealed log text, hearts thrumming with that old sense of urgency. Another mystery, a new potential threat. Despite the cult's collapse, The pearls seemed destined to draw trouble from across centuries. 7. An ominous invitation. The next day, a polite envelope arrived at the boathouse, delivered by a hotel concierge. Inside was a crisp letter addressed to Cassia, Byron, and Harland, signed by Alistair Eaton. He invited them to a cordial dinner meeting at Westvale's newest upscale inn, the Seabreeze Retreat, to discuss collaborative opportunities. The letter's tone dripped with civility, but Cassia felt uneasy. Harland joined them, scanning the letter. He wants to meet, possibly to lay out the consortium's offer, or to confirm his suspicions about our finds. Byron shrugged, tension clear in his stance. We could decline, but that might push him into more clandestine moves. Maybe meeting is wise. See what he's after. Cassia bit her lip. Agreed. Let's keep the upper hand, at least. So they accepted. That evening, they found themselves in the Seabreeze Retreat's cozy dining lounge, a stark contrast to the dusty boathouse. Flickering candles and ocean-themed decor created a refined ambiance. Eaton greeted them warmly from a corner table by a large window which overlooked the harbour below. "Thank you for coming," he said, rising to shake hands. "I do hope we can forge a mutually beneficial relationship. Please, sit." They exchanged small talk about Westvale's history while waiters served delicate seafood dishes. The atmosphere was elegant, yet an undercurrent of tension lingered. 8. Hidden motives. Once they'd eaten, Eaton leaned forward, smiling politely. "Now, to business. The British Antiquities Consortium is prepared to fund a full excavation of the crestfallen wreck, including salvage of any cargo. We'd provide top conservators and cover all costs. In return, certain artifacts, particularly the black pearls, would be repatriated to our custody." Harland raised an eyebrow. "That's generous, covering all costs, but the pearls were found in American territorial waters." Eaton's lips curved in a faint smile. "Indeed. Yet historically, the crestfallen was commissioned under a British sponsor. Any cargo aboard was technically property of the Crown or affiliated nobility. I can produce genealogical records showing a direct lineage from the sponsor, Sir Alistair Everwood. That might complicate your salvage rights." Cassia and Byron exchanged sharp glances. Sir Alistair Everwood. There it was. The sponsor's full name. Possibly an ancestor to Eaton. Cassia pressed him gently. "I've uncovered partial log entries referring to a Sir Alistair E. So you're claiming this is your family?" Eaton's eyes gleamed. "Precisely. My father's side descends from Sir Alistair Everwood. Our family's known tales of these black pearls for generations. Their mystic significance is rumoured. Whether cursed or not, they hold deep historical import for my family. Restoring them to our lineage is paramount." Harland frowned. "We can't simply hand them over. The pearls have local and national significance, plus centuries of contested ownership. The United States might claim them as discovered treasure, and the families of the crestfallen's crew have a say, not to mention Westvale's stake." Eaton's smile cooled. "Hence my offer, a large compensation package for Westvale and your research team. A share of lesser artifacts can remain in local museums, but the pearls return with me." Byron cleared his throat, voice steady. "We appreciate your candor, but this decision isn't purely ours. We have law enforcement and multiple agencies involved. The pearls are evidence in criminal cases involving the cult." Eaton's expression tightened. For a moment, Cassia saw a flicker of frustration beneath his polished demeanor. He exhaled slowly. "I understand. But please, consider the historical context. My ancestors commissioned Hawksmoor to acquire those pearls legally, by whatever means. The fact that the crestfallen sank doesn't abrogate that contract." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Then he forced a gracious tone. "No need to finalize anything tonight. Think it over. I'll remain in Westvale for a few days. I sincerely hope we can reach an amicable agreement so we may avoid messy legal battles. His final phrase, though softly spoken, felt like a warning. 9. Conflicted Hearts. After dinner, Cassia, Byrne, and Harland departed the inn under a moonlit sky. They walked in uneasy silence along the harbour's promenade, the distant calls of seabirds echoing off the water. Harland shook his head. That man is polite, but he's used to getting what he wants. He'll try every legal angle to claim the pearls, possibly more underhanded tactics. Cassia stopped by a lamppost, peering at her reflection in the glassy harbour. So we either concede the pearls to him or face a potential lawsuit that could tie up the salvage for years. Meanwhile, the pearls are crucial evidence in the cult's trial. Byrne set his jaw. We can't let him whisk them away. We promised Westvale the truth about Hawksmoor's cargo, and any official museum display should tell the full story. Cult involvement, the murders, everything. Eaton might whitewash it or bury details that taint his family's reputation. Cassia glanced at him. It's more than that, isn't it? Something about Eaton's confident manner. It reminds me of the cult's belief that these pearls hold power. Who's to say he's not just another fanatic, wearing a suit instead of robes? Harlan nodded. We must tread carefully. Deciding to regroup in the morning, they parted ways. Each carried a swirl of questions. Is Eaton truly a descendant? Are these pearls a prized heritage or dangerous obsession? How far would he go to claim them? 10. A shocking development. The next day dawned bright and calm, the ocean mirror-smooth. Cassia, Byrne, and Harland arrived at the secure university lab where the pearls were stored, intending to continue studying them under advanced imaging. Officer Gonzalez had arranged for an armed guard stationed at the lab's entrance, given the pearls' history of theft attempts. But as they approached, they noticed tension in the air. The guard stood stiffly outside the door, flanked by a stern-faced man in a dark suit. This stranger flashed a badge, identifying himself as Agent Rutledge from a federal investigative agency. Cassia Morell? Dr. Harland? Detective Byrne? He asked. I'm here on behalf of the Department of Cultural Antiquities. We're taking custody of the Black Pearls. There are national security concerns. Harland gaped. National security? That's ridiculous. Rutledge's face was impassive. We have reason to believe certain extremist factions, perhaps foreign, are interested in these pearls. I can't disclose details, but we can't risk them falling into hostile hands. We're placing them under federal protection. Cassia's heart sank. But they're evidence in multiple ongoing cases and part of a historical salvage. You can't just seize them. Rutledge shrugged, brandishing official paperwork. We can, and we will. The transfer is approved by higher authorities. You're free to continue your research with scanned data, but the physical pearls come with us, effective immediately. Byrne scowled, scanning the documents. They appeared legitimate, stamped with departmental seals. He cursed under his breath. This is Eaton's doing, isn't it? Or someone connected to him pulling strings. Rutledge gave a tight-lipped look. I don't know an Eaton. My orders come from Washington. Now, step aside. Officers behind him rolled a secure carrying case into the lab. Within minutes, they packed the black pearls, still in their protective stasis pods, into foam inserts and sealed them. Cassia watched, numb with frustration, as the pearls disappeared into a black case. With brisk efficiency, Agent Rutledge and his team escorted the case out of the lab, leaving Cassia, Harland, and Byrne standing amidst empty display stands and an eerie sense of finality. 11th. Rising tides of concern. For the rest of the day, Cassia felt adrift. Word spread quickly that the federal government had seized the pearls. Eaton was nowhere to be found, his hotel room vacated, according to a desk clerk. It was as though he vanished right after arranging for a federal takedown, if that was indeed his role. Harland, furious, tried calling contacts in academic circles, but no one could help. Byron contacted Officer Gonzalez, who was equally blindsided. No one had told her about a federal order. She promised to dig deeper, but what could she do? That evening, Cassia paced the boathouse, staring at the battered relics from the crestfallen that still remained. The black pearls, centerpiece of the entire saga, were gone. "We've come so far, only to lose them to some bureaucratic black hole," she muttered. Burns stood nearby, arms crossed. "We can't accept that. We have Hawksmoor's log pages, historical evidence, witness testimony. Let them try to hide the pearls. The truth is still ours to tell." Harland exhaled. If the government truly suspects extremist interest, maybe it's safer. Yet I can't shake the feeling that this is more about quiet profiteering or hush-hush deals. The pearls vanish, and some group profits in secret. A chill skittered across Cassia's skin. We might never know. Their conversation was interrupted by Finch, who hurried in, face pale. "I spoke with an informant at the local airport. A private jet departed earlier. Guess who was on board? Alistair Eaton. The plane was registered to a shell corporation rumored to have defense and intelligence ties." Cassia's heart lurched. That proves it. Eaton orchestrated the federal seizure, playing on the notion of a potential terror threat. He used official channels to spirit the pearls away, probably back to England or some undisclosed location. Burns' jaw clenched. He manipulated us all. The question is, did the pearls truly head to a federal facility, or were they handed to him in the process? Harlan swallowed hard. So even the government's involvement might be a smokescreen. He could have bribed or blackmailed the right officials. A grim hush filled the boathouse. This was a new, insidious betrayal, legally sanctioned theft by a cunning descendant of the original sponsor. The cycle of greed continued. 12. The breaking point. Cassia spent the night in restless insomnia, haunted by the thought of the pearls leaving US soil under false pretenses. By dawn, she resolved to do the one thing she could: expose the entire story. With Harlan's blessing, she prepared a comprehensive report, detailing the crestfallen's discovery, the Black Pearl's significance, the cult's crimes, the newly found log pages implicating Sir Alistair Everwood, and the sudden federal seizure. She included photos, references, and her own eyewitness testimony. Byron contributed statements, as did Officer Gonzalez. They packaged it all, intending to release it to media outlets, historians, and any public watchdog group that would listen. "Sunlight is the best disinfectant," Byron declared, hitting send on a round of emails. "If Eaton wants to hide behind bureaucratic smoke, let's see how well that stands up against public scrutiny." Harland looked worried, but determined. "We may face legal pushback, but the truth must be known. Captain Hawksmoor's story isn't just a footnote, it's a cautionary tale about greed and fear." Finch, though not an official co-author, nodded solemnly. He'd seen the damage done by secrets passed down generations. Let it all out in the open. 13. A twist of fate. In the days that followed, Cassia's exposé gained traction online. Various journalists and historical societies picked up the story. Debates ignited. Who truly owned the Black Pearls? Were they an item of cultural heritage or a potential hazard? Conspiracy theories abounded about the cult, the government, and foreign interests. A surprising wave of public outcry erupted, pressuring the Department of Cultural Antiquities to clarify their involvement. On live TV, a spokesperson stammered that they had no official knowledge of a special operation in Westvale. Public confusion soared. Then, late one afternoon, a courier arrived at the police station with a sealed envelope addressed to Cassia and Byron. Inside lay a single letter, typed in crisp font. "We commend your dedication to unveiling the truth. However, certain matters must remain confidential. Your thorough documentation ensures the Pearl's history will not be forgotten. That, at least, is admirable." As for the pearls themselves, rest assured they are held in a secure location. Their rightful lineage demands it. A E. Cassia read it twice, a bitter taste in her mouth. A E for Alistair Eaton. A final gloating message, acknowledging their attempts. He knew they'd gone public, but apparently it didn't faze him. Byrne ground his teeth. He's practically taunting us. 14. The remarkable surprise. Despite the heartbreak of losing the pearls, something incredible happened just a week later. While sifting through more of the Crestfallen's wreckage, Cassia's dive team discovered a second small chest, this one hidden under a collapsed beam. Within it lay a series of letters wrapped in waterproof oilskin, seemingly from Cora Hawksmoor to her husband, penned before the fateful voyage. These letters, unlike the battered log entries, were shockingly intact. They revealed that the black pearls were not the only relic Hawksmoor smuggled. There was mention of the Phoenix Stone, a gem rumored to counterbalance the pearl's curse, or so the legend said. This Phoenix Stone was said to neutralize the pearl's negative influence, if such a thing existed. Cora believed the stone was essential to ensuring the pearls did no harm. The letters ended with a cryptic note. James, if ill fortune follows the pearls, remember the stone's power. In union lies salvation. Should the pearls be lost, the stone alone can guide those who come after, or so the tales say. Cassia's hands shook as she read these revelations. A second relic. She scoured the entire chest, but found no gem. Possibly it was lost at sea, or never aboard, but the existence of a rumored counterpart to the pearls changed everything. Bursting with excitement, she called Byrne and Harland. They read the letters, equally stunned. If the Phoenix Stone was real, it might be the true key to the pearl's supposed curse, some artifact the cult never knew about, or deemed heretical. It also might shift entire legal claims around the pearls, if discovered. This was the remarkable surprise Cassia never expected. The story wasn't over, not by a long shot. A new relic might remain hidden in Westvale's waters, or somewhere else. The final resolution regarding Hawksmoor's cargo was still unwritten. 15. Beyond the tides. In the days that followed, Cassia and Harland publicized the letter's content, igniting fresh interest and speculation. If the Phoenix Stone existed, was it lying in a sealed crate beneath shifting sand? Was it hidden in some private collection? Another sponsor's legacy? The possibilities were endless. Officer Gonzalez admitted that the cult seized documents made no mention of a Phoenix Stone. They seemed fixated solely on the pearls. Finch, rummaging through family law, found no reference to it either. Meanwhile, Byrne, scanning law enforcement bulletins, spotted a rumor that Alistair Eaton was quietly searching for an associated relic abroad, implying he also knew about Cora Hawksmoor's letters or had discovered that clue. Thus, the stage was set for a new race. If the black pearls remained in Eaton's domain, perhaps only the Phoenix Stone could overshadow their mythic threat, or prove once and for all the nature of their curse. Cassia felt a surge of determination. Westvale might not have the pearls anymore, but it held another chance at the truth, a missing key to Hawksmoor's saga. 16. A parting promise. On the final evening of Cassia's stay in Westvale before she returned to her university, she walked along the pier with Byrne. The sunset gilded the harbour in orange and gold, casting their shadows long on the wooden planks. "Hard to believe how far we've come," she said softly, "from stolen antiques to unearthing a centuries-old secret society, and now a hidden stone rumoured to balance the pearl's curse." Byrne nodded, leaning on the railing. "It's a bittersweet victory. The cult's broken and Westvale's safer, but the pearls are gone, likely in Eaton's hands, and we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle." Cassia's gaze drifted over the gentle waves. Maybe it's a good thing. The pearls caused so much bloodshed. If the Phoenix Stone is real, we can keep searching on our terms, and one day we might reclaim the pearls from Eaton, or at least reveal his manipulations. Byrne placed a reassuring hand on hers. We'll do it together. I can't promise it'll be easy, but if you ever need me. She smiled, completing the thought. I'll call, this time, for a new adventure. They shared a moment, the hush of the sea around them. Then, from across the docks, Harland waved. He'd found fresh references in the newly discovered letters, a potential lead on where the Phoenix Stone might have travelled after Hawksmoor's death. As Cassia and Byrne headed over, a sense of hopeful anticipation flickered through them. The last ebb of one tide had revealed so many secrets, but another tide was rising with fresh mysteries to pursue. Captain Hawksmoor's legacy, it seemed, was far from finished. Epilogue: A Flicker of Flame. Days later, a nondescript courier van drove up a winding country road in eastern England. It stopped at a remote manor, ivy creeping across its stone walls. A solitary figure in a dark suit carried a heavy black case to a locked oak door. Inside a dimly lit study, Alistair Eaton stood before a large portrait of a stern-faced 18th-century nobleman, Sir Alistair Everwood. Light from a crackling fireplace danced across Eaton's features as he unlocked the case, nestled within the foam, the black pearls shining with that same uncanny luster. He lifted one, rolling it between his fingertips as though communing with it. On a table beside him lay scattered documents, including old genealogical records and a partial printout of Cassia's exposé. A single line from Captain Hawksmoor's log was highlighted in red ink. Some say a blessing, others a weapon. Eaton's mouth curved into a cryptic smile. At last, our family's rightful treasure. If only we had the stone as well. A quiet hush followed as he turned the pearl in the firelight, eyes gleaming with an intensity reminiscent of the now-defeated cult. The flame wavered, throwing shadows that curled across the portrait. There, in the hush of that ancient estate, the story of the cursed pearls continued, cloaked in ambition, rumour, and the faint promise of powers unseen. Far away in Westvale, Cassia, Byrne, Harland, and the townsfolk went about their lives, uncertain what the future held. But they knew one thing. Someday, the Phoenix Stone might rise from the depths, and the final chapter of Hawksmoor's cargo would be written. Concluding notes. Our heroes have broken the cult's hold on Westvale and revealed the Black Pearl's secrets to the wider world. Yet, in a final twist, the pearls end up in the hands of Alistair Eaton, a descendant of Hawksmoor's original sponsor, implying the saga continues. Meanwhile, Cassia's discovery of a rumoured Phoenix Stone opens a new mystery that may one day change everything.